Prologue, The World's Strange Playhouse. Prologue, The World's Strange Playhouse. Eyes was standing in the darkness. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know why she was here. As she turned around to look, she suddenly realized her small hands and feet were round and soft again. Eyes had returned to the form of her younger self. When was this? Long ago? Eyes had always been a child. Or maybe not. Even though she tried to think, she couldn't quite remember. But she was alone here, and that made her feel lonely. Let's go on an adventure, Ice. From beneath her feet, countless friends appeared. Her sister dolls, the wolf plush wrapped in a blanket, the little soldier clutching a spear, the elf made of light, and the cat-shaped soldier with the round head. Even though they were smaller than Ice, they were all very strong, and Ice knew she could rely on them. That's right, I, Ice, am an adventurer. With a determined humph, she picked up a wooden toy sword and shield and set off on an adventure with all her friends by her side. The dim labyrinth was eerie, and countless monsters appeared. But Ice wasn't scared at all. When her friends swung their tiny arms and legs, the monsters fell one after another. The fairies floating around them glowed in hues of jade and amber, clearing the path ahead with 7-colored magic. Ice swung her sword. Hiya! And every time she did, the monsters' eyes spun and they collapsed unconscious. Nothing was frightening. They could go anywhere. Come on, let's sing a song. With hand claps and foot stomps, they blew trumpets and beat drums, and Ace thrust her sword into the air again and again. The laughing hammer went clang, clang. The tiny, adorable saint child cheered them on. They fell into rhythm, forming a line, everyone together. It was complete, a brave march, with Ais leading the way. Lunpaka, Lunpaka. They played merrily, helping one another, descending deeper and deeper. Down, down they went, down, down, and further down, down and down and down and down and down and down and down. Even as the darkness thickened, they went still deeper. Exactly 60 times they descended, and by the time they reached that depth, a wind blew. A cold wind. Ace held her hair down and instinctively shut her eyes. Patter, patter. Something wet splattered around her. Something warm and sticky had hit her skin. What was that, she wondered, opening her eyelids, and realized that all sound had vanished. The song that everyone had been singing together was gone. Everyone? Slowly, she turned around. And there, a crimson spring spread before her eyes. Her friend's arms and legs were twisted unnaturally. That girl she had been so close to, her right arm was missing. Every one of them was riddled with holes, torn apart, mangled beyond recognition. Their bright red stuffing, so vivid it was nauseating, spilled out, wet and glistening like entrails. From their broken button eyes, red droplets trickled down. The warm splashes that had hit Ice were her friend's blood. Ice froze. Her entire body turned cold, numb, her fingers and toes like blocks of ice. Something was howling, whistling right beside her ear. She finally realized the blade she held was stained red. Her friend's blood clung thickly to it, as if whispering, "This is your doing." That same cold wind howled louder, spinning in a vortex around the blade. Ah ha ha ha, ufufu, ihihihi. It was laughing. Someone had stolen Ice's voice and was laughing in her place. Before her frozen eyes, the laughter of the wind grew louder, until it became a storm. In an instant, it blew away everything, everything except Ice. All of her fallen friends were lifted high, higher still, into the air and burst apart. A red rain began to fall. A rain that painted the darkness in vivid, horrible color. A rain of blood and flesh splattering over Ice, whose body had gone cold as ice. Her entire body was drenched in crimson, and her pupils shrank unnaturally, as though something inside her had snapped. What came next was a scream, torn from her throat, a sound steeped in terror and despair. Ah! Clutching her head with both hands, Ace's knees buckled helplessly, and she collapsed to the ground. From all around her, countless pillars of ice erupted upward, a frozen prison, sealing her heart away. Or perhaps a shelter, a domed shell meant to protect a heart that had already cracked apart. From above, something malignant, something monstrous, gazed down upon the endless nightmare. Aria! That grotesque, overwhelming presence, so vast it seemed to swallow the world, wrapped its arms lovingly around the birdcage of ice that held the girl, letting out a voice of dark ecstasy and delight as its long tongue slithered across the frozen bars. Chapter 1. Ice SOS. The expedition failed! The expedition has failed! The joint force on the 60th floor has been annihilated. A roar of despair. The bitter scent of iron filled the air, like blood overflowing from a deep wound. Weapons shattered, and countless adventurers collapsed, their bodies stained bright red. The sight of missing limbs, the smell of scorched flesh, and the silence after the screams felt more like a tragedy on a stage than reality. Come on, we have to help them. Our comrades, our captains are still down there, in the deep floors. A young man with black hair shouted this while clutching his injured arm, his words piercing through any attempt to escape reality. Loki Familia, Annihilated. Those cruel, unfamiliar words flashed across the magical screens spread throughout the city, and the world itself trembled in shock. What are you saying? That the brave and the others haven't returned yet? Even the healers and support units. They were all part of the joint expedition, right? How could they lose? Then should we have just run away? The voice, cracking with rage and grief, was swallowed by the storm of chaos engulfing the city. Adventurers, guild staff, and even gods themselves were struck speechless by the shock. It wasn't confusion, it was terror. The report was no mere rumor. It was the solemn toll of the bell announcing the fall of heroes, a reality too heavy for anyone to accept. The reaction came swiftly and violently. Cries of anger, screams of sorrow, curses and lamentations filled the air. People stumbled, unable to contain their feelings, as chaos spread like wildfire through Orario. Some raised their fists to the sky in denial, some froze in place in disbelief, and others, unable to bear the despair, collapsed where they stood, as if releasing their very souls. I was the latter. Like an idiot, I just stood there, forgetting how to breathe as I stared at the scene before me. Ace. My eyes throbbed in their sockets, pulsing as if they'd become my very heart. They fell upon the Loki Familia, collapsed on the floor, the young mage girl, her robe drenched in blood, weeping uncontrollably as she clutched someone's keepsake in her arms. The prum who was vomiting blood while trying to stand, and the elf with hair the color of a mountain breeze who looked back toward the report in disbelief. Their eyes met. Among the crowd of stunned adventurers, there was no sign of the girl with golden eyes. Ace. Nowhere. No matter how many times he looked, she wasn't there. The sword princess, Ice Wallenstein, is nowhere to be found on the surface. The flower that bloomed too high above the ground was gone. Ice? Even though he already understood everything, he couldn't stop himself from shouting, from trying to run. The black-haired boy, his strength finally spent, fell to one knee. Reaching out toward the words, Loki Familia, he tried to demand answers. Belle, wait! But before he could move, an impact struck his back. It was Aina, her arms wrapped tightly around his torso, fragile arms, not even belonging to one of the gods' followers. For someone like me, a first-class adventurer now, it wasn't enough to hold me back. And yet, the cold touch of the body pressed against my back, and those frail limbs that seemed like they'd collapse at any moment if I didn't support them, made my feet stop. You're already falling apart. Even breathing hurts, so please, just get out of here now. She wanted me freed from this cruel, suffocating chaos. Aina, who had known so many adventurers that never came back from the dungeon, pleaded with everything she had. Even as the blood drained from her face, turning her pale as a ghost upon hearing the news of despair, She alone refused to blame the Loki Familia. Instead, she tried to help, tried to let us rest. Misha, the other guild staff. They were the same. They knew. They could never overpower adventurers, yet they desperately tried to hold the lines, to push back the crowds, to protect and tend to those who had barely returned alive. A splash of cold water hit my head, but even that clarity flared into emotion again in an instant. Seeing Aina on the verge of tears, I felt my own eyes start to sting, and like a little brother throwing a tantrum at his sister, I shouted, "But Ice! Finn and the others!" The gaping void left behind by the disappearance of the people I had admired and respected so deeply shook me to my core, leaving Bel Crenel unable to think, barely able to comprehend the reality before him. When I turned around, Aina and Misha were standing together, faces pale with worry. Belle. A large hand rested heavily on my shoulder. This time it wasn't cold like Aina's touch. It was firm, warm, like the back of a lion basking in sunlight. It was Professor Leon. Calm down. A first-class adventurer mustn't lose control. His deep voice pressed into me with the weight of a teacher, no, of an adult. A level 7's weight. Even so, to me, who was still little more than a child, it felt unbearably heavy. Right. I could only manage to stand weakly, trembling. Aina, still pale, looked at me with faint color returning to her face. When our eyes met, I saw my own pathetic reflection mirrored in hers and bit my lip hard. After Professor Leon made a small gesture with his hand, Aina placed her arm around me once again. Her touch was so delicate, so fragile, and yet somehow stronger than anyone else's. I gently reached out and brushed her arm, then whispered an apology inside my heart. Aina, trembling so pitifully that it hurt to watch, far more broken than I was, shivered again and whispered in a voice so faint it seemed ready to disappear. "I'm sorry." I could only echo her apology, my own voice barely a whisper. I couldn't bring myself to shout anymore. "No more. Don't let anyone else die. Get the wounded to the hospital now." A group of healers burst through the crowd, beginning emergency treatment. The Loki Familia, blood-soaked and battered, was carried away in their arms. The adventurers' cries of rage from earlier now seemed hollow, and everyone could only stare silently at the sight before them, the scene painted in blood. I was the same. Even now, as the unprecedented crisis crept ever closer to Orario, I could only share the city's horror, frozen in place. I watched in anguish as the grievously wounded were carried out one after another. "Belle! Belle!" My goddess, along with Lily and the others, came running toward me. "Loki Familia, missing in action on the 60th floor." The survivors were taken away by the gods themselves to a special medical facility, the De-Insect Familia's upper floor treatment ward. Those who barely escaped with their lives from the expedition were moved there along with the injured Ryu. Despite everything that had happened on the 37th floor after the retreat, a strange, almost eerie quiet blanketed the city. Inside one of the hospital rooms were everyone except Ina, who was away on guild duty, the full members of the Hestia Familia, Professor Leon, and Nina. Lily understood the grimness of the situation better than anyone, her expression pale and tense as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Mikoto kept her eyes down, while Haruhime tried to offer comfort through trembling words. Only Welf, despite being drenched in sweat, forced himself to stay calm beside Professor Leon. Or maybe that composure was only his way of suppressing fear. When the goddess finally spoke, the 60th floor. That number alone made my face go pale once again. Just moments before, Professor Leon had told us, "Remain calm." But as we prepared to head for the Dragon's Valley, the divine words reached us again, heavy, trembling. Something had happened on the 60th floor. A monster had appeared. Lady Loki!" The goddess with crimson hair appeared in the room. She was the head of the Loki Familia and the goddess of ice and her companions. Following her, the chief, Finn, and even the vice-captain, Rivalry, were not present. In their place, the goddess alone had returned. The deep floors, the dungeon boss below, is no longer there. The information that had just been delivered by the highest-ranked adventurers was devastating. In short, the deep floors themselves had collapsed. A monster beyond comprehension was running rampant below. At that report, Loki's face twisted with a mixture of rage and anguish. Nina and Haruhim gasped in disbelief. As a fellow goddess, Hestia wore an expression of pain. Loki, are your children going to be okay? How badly are they hurt? Can they even be healed? The Loki I know doesn't look this worn out. Even as she said it, Hestia's voice trembled, her warmth vanishing as anxiety overtook her. The room itself seemed to lose its breath. The air was heavy, too heavy. Loki could barely steady her breathing as she whispered, "They're still in the dungeon. We've got to help 'em right away." But up until that moment, my body had only grown colder. When I heard those words, I snapped to attention. We have to save Ice and the others right away. That statement could only mean one thing. Loki, does that mean the Sword Princess and the others are still alive? Sure does. The blessings for Eyes and her lot haven't diminished. Those kids might be all alone down there right now, but they're still clenching their teeth and hanging on. Ice and the others are still alive, Seer asked Loki to confirm it, as if to reassure me and everyone else. And through that confirmation, we gained something: hope. The gods of each familia can sense the number of their children still living through the divine blood that grants their Falna, their blessing. Just like more than half a year ago, when I, Lily, and Welf were lost in the middle floors, Hestia had used the reaction of our own blessings to confirm that we were still alive. A sudden heat welled up deep within me, burning away my grief and despair. Maybe that made me shallow, but so what? If I can save Ice and the others, I'll do anything. Right now. Loki, please, let me go save Ice and the others. Let me join the rescue team. And the fact that my mentor, the strategist who often handles our operations, had appeared here together with Loki meant exactly one thing. Thanks to the modifications my mentor made to my body, I could think a little more clearly now. When I mentioned the existence of the rescue team first, Loki's face twisted into one of exasperation, as if she'd momentarily forgotten how dire things were. I came here to bow my head and ask you all for help, you know? So what are you doing bowing to me instead? You should be grateful for my pure and innocent bell, Loki. Foo-foo, good for you, Loki. You were fretting so much over how to ask for help after all that bragging you've done, weren't you? Shut it, you cheeky rabbit. You love-struck goddess. Seer! As Hestia puffed up proudly and Seer smiled softly beside her, Loki shouted once, then scratched her head roughly in defeat. Thanks to that little burst of silliness from the gods, the tense air lightened, and a faint smile returned to Welf and Mikoto's faces. Professor Leon placed a gentle hand on my shoulder again, this time with a different kind of smile, one born of relief rather than sympathy. My master, however, simply closed his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and muttered, 50 points. I couldn't help but twitch a smile reflexively. That fool of a rabbit made the discussion jump ahead by several steps, but we will commence the rescue operation. And then, without delay, my master declared it. Since that insolent man failed, I will be the one taking command. By the will of all the gods of Orario, every single deity present, you are to immediately come under my command. My master's booming declaration shook the room. It was the official announcement of the rescue operation's supreme commander. Loki glared at him with the ferocity of someone about to bite his head off, though honestly, I couldn't help but sweat at the sheer nerve it took to throw around insults so casually with the head gods of other familia sitting right there. Still, with Finn absent, there was truly no one else who could plan a large-scale mission and lead everyone like this man could. It was obvious. After all, he had once commanded the mighty warriors of the Familia War as if they were his own limbs. My master, completely unbothered by the immense weight of command, turned his crimson eyes toward me and Professor Leon, toward the battle-ready forces of Level 5 and above who had just returned from the Dragon's Valley. We were needed, relied upon, chosen, to be allowed even a single seat among the first-class adventurers assembled here. That alone filled me with awe. Master, what should I do? Go to sleep. Eh? The moment I leaned forward, fired up and ready to go, my enthusiasm froze solid. I thought I'd be scolded for asking too quickly, but instead that unexpected order completely killed my momentum. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you to immediately shut your eyes and completely heal the fatigue you've built up in the valley, idiot. But sleeping right now in this situation, that's totally impossible. Even if it's impossible, do it. What did you learn from my training, you foolish imp? Oof. The moment I tried to make even the tiniest excuse, my master's long leg shot out and slammed into me. The impact was like taking a spear to the gut. I doubled over, clutching my stomach with both hands. Then, in the next instant, he slipped behind me and with one hand grabbed me by the scruff and lifted me clean off the ground. Don't make me waste my time, you fool. It's sparking. Master's hand is sparking? No way. Directly into my spinal cord? The zero-range lightning kill. Even a first-class adventurer could die from that. Wait, Master! Please, wait! Hurry up and die! Ah! Psst! Crackle, crackle, crackle! The current raced straight through my brain, and with a loud zap, my consciousness was instantly cut off. As the darkness swallowed me whole, the last thing I thought I heard was the sorrowful cry of the goddess, Bel, ah, and then nothing. Rarappy! With a splat, the boy collapsed onto the floor, and Nina let out a scream to rival even the goddesses. The young half-elf girl, stunned by such a cruel and outrageous act that she couldn't believe it had come from one of their own, froze where she stood. Flustered, she rushed to help the fallen boy, but someone else beat her to it. The golden-haired Renard, who had been closest, immediately and devotedly gathered the boy's head into her soft thighs. A heartbeat later, the city-born girl clicked her tongue in frustration and began carefully applying ointment from her kit to the burn marks on his neck. The Prum and the elf, both late to act, exchanged pained looks and began preparing a bed, while voicing professional protests, such as, "That was far too excessive," an almost routine response from the group's specialists to the sadistic elf's brutality. As for the boy lying face down, his head now resting in someone's lap, the little goddess beside them trembled, her tiny fist still raised halfway. Unsure whether to explode in anger or to hold herself back, she simply quivered in indecision. There wasn't even a millimeter's gap to intervene in Belle's protective cordon, and the perpetually a lap behind junior girl who had fallen completely behind could only choke out one stunned word. Of the group, only Makoto placed a hand on Nina's shoulder, shook her head as if to say, "The years of experience are on a different level," and tried to console her. "Shh, this kid's way too popular. I can feel nothing but an aura of him surpassing everyone. Please don't say prophecies that shroud this boy's future in darkness." Surrounded by beauties upon beauties, the rabbit, Belle, drew a vexed look from Loki, as if to say, "It's nothing but girls, isn't it?" While one girl stood petrified, thinking, "So this is Rappi's everyday life?" frozen in horror and despair. Hedden, who seemed to ignore the scene of that foolish disciple being fawned over as if it were the most trivial thing in the world, turned his eyes to Leon and said, "You two, including you, have been breathing the contaminated miasma of the valley, haven't you?" "Yeah, Nina's purification magic cut it off, but I can't claim we didn't take in even a bit." Drawn back to her senses by that exchange between Leon and the others, Nina finally recovered her composure. Over-relying on an LV5 status and then being useless at the crucial moment won't do. Until the time comes, this fool sleeps. Thanks to a first-class adventurer's toughness, he probably doesn't feel it. But Belle's recovery of stamina right now is far slower than he himself thinks. Seeing through that, Hedon dispensed with niceties and acted by force. A misjudgment born from the confidence of omnipotence, a false reading of one's physical limits. No matter how strong, even a first-class adventurer is prone to it, especially those known as record holders. Their mental management grows lax in proportion to their speed, And when external contamination is added to the mix, it becomes even more dangerous. Hestia, who was glaring at those around her, lifted Belle's head and gently laid it on her lap. Then, with a worried expression, she produced a small vial developed by Asfi, the aromatic sleeping agent, Goodnight Argos, and released it. The tranquilizing scent spread through the air. Naza miak, Hestia muttered, brushing aside Belle's hair as he slept peacefully. Nearby, Commander Hayden quickly issued orders to the surrounding personnel. Hestia glanced at him and said, "Mr. Hayden, you might want to open your eyes before long. If he keeps wandering too deeply into the dream world, he might not wake up again." Snorting through his nose, Hayden replied sharply, "Don't push your values onto me, Hestia." Hestia turned her gaze toward him, calm yet cutting. "Don't make that face at me. I'm simply pointing out the truth." Their exchange was interrupted when Leon stepped forward. "All right, enough. Let's not start another fight." With a sigh, Hestia looked back toward Belle. "After this, Nina and I will head to the Academy District to rest. We'll make use of the purification facility developed for the Dragon's Valley countermeasures. We'll make sure to eliminate enough of those sources of anxiety that they'll be of no concern. However, this isn't meant to stir things up, but I must say, it was rather unexpected." Immediately, Leon probed further. "Even in times of crisis, I'd taken it that you and Finn's group intended to keep your feud alive." "The foolish cats are one thing," Hedin replied coolly, "but casting aside valuable strength right before the Black Dragon subjugation would be the height of inefficiency. I refuse to do that, even if it involves that insolent man. More importantly, even among the hardened warriors who accompanied their expedition, there have been casualties." The one who trembled and perked her ears was Nina. The one who narrowed his sharp eyes was Leon. The eradication of the abominations that dared trample upon the goddess's possessions in their arrogance, that alone is reason enough for our meeting. From the elf's small frame, an unrestrained anger began to rise. Faint at first, like smoke, then clearly, burning upward. Among those quietly watching the exchange, Hestia and Ryu both turned their eyes with concern toward one particular figure. It was Seer, her gaze cast downward, as though mourning a beloved child. "There weren't many captains among those who went." "With them," she said softly, "but 3 souls have already returned to the heavens. Maluna, Restan, Tana." The names that crossed his lips, spoken with permission from Seer and Hayden, belonged to members of the Freya Familia, who had joined the Loki Familia as part of this expedition alliance. At the same time, those names were also of elves who, though only for a short while, had once fought alongside Belle as comrades. They were formidable warriors, perhaps not as close as caretakers, but veterans who had clashed many times on the battlefield, even taking the time to teach the young adventurer a few tricks of combat. "Putting him to sleep was the right call," murmured Welf, as a heavy, grief-laden silence filled the room. He watched the boy, now laid upon the bed, whose kind heart was too sensitive to endure the pain of loss. Though Hayden, ever the disciplinarian, might have found it difficult to accept, even the blacksmith youth and the rest of the Hestia Familia had to admit that, given the situation, that decision was undeniably the correct one. Lady Hestia and the others have given us a brief account, but I still can't believe it, that the Loki Familia was forced into retreat, and that all of the first-class adventurers, including Lord Finn, were left behind on the 60th floor. The one who spoke in a heavy, trembling voice, her face still pale and drained of blood, was Lily Ruka, braver Finn Deemney. Ninehel, Riveria Ljos Alf, Elgarm, Gareth Landrock, Jormungand, Tione Hiryute, Amazon, Tione Hiryute, Van Argand, Bete Loga, Alchat, Anna Kitty Autumn, and the Sword Princess, Ice Wallenstein. From level 7 down to level 5. Even when compared to the executives of the Freya Familia, this lineup was an overwhelming, rule-breaking formation. Moreover, when one takes into account that the team also included Tsubaki Kolbranda, the highest-ranking smith of the Hephaistos Familia, who had even aided Lily and the others during the Familia War, and amid Tisanare, the city's foremost healer, and a member of the Dianchect Familia, their overall combat strength easily surpassed that of even the most elite first-class adventurer parties led by the Einherjar. The fact that such a force of elites failed to return to the surface, that alone proves that even if the Freya Familia had launched a solo expedition, the chances of complete annihilation would have been exceedingly high. Otar was on the 49th floor, responding to an adventurer's request from Finn. Hogni was left behind on the 60th floor, guarding Rivaria. Both of them are still alive, but neither has returned, Seer added, sharing the rest of the information. Even with the combined might of those monsters of adventurers, they were still utterly destroyed. That information struck Lily and the others with immeasurable shock. As the room once again grew heavy with tension, Nina, who, not knowing Seer's true identity, hesitated to speak, was beaten to the punch when Leon stepped forward and posed the question instead. How do you know so much? To grasp the details of a battle that took place in the deep levels of the dungeon, one would need something like the divine mirror to even see that far, wouldn't they? Loki answered without pause. We gave Finn and the others one of those eye crystals the Alliance used during the Familia War. Even after they descended into the deep floors, we stayed in contact with them around the clock. So, right up until the moment the crystal broke during their clash with the enemy, we know exactly what happened. And then Loki here shared that information with us immediately afterward, Hestia added, even before Loki's return team made it back to the surface. As Leon nodded in understanding, I see, that makes sense. Nina could only follow along halfway, but she listened carefully to Hestia's explanation and managed to grasp at least the outcome. There was a clear information gap between Nina's group, who had only just returned to the city, and Lily's group, who had already received prior notice from Loki. As per the transmission, we've made every possible preparation. We're ready to move at any time. That includes what we already had stored up. We've also prepared as many magic swords as possible. Hephaestus supplied us with all of them. After that, do as you like. Whether it was because she had already received instructions from Hedon or not, Mikoto still couldn't quite wipe the tension from her face. Even so, she drew in a quiet breath, steeling her resolve. Beside her, Welf thrust out a hastily scrawled memo, a list of the Krodzo magic swords he had prepared, along with their elemental attributes, his expression challenging, almost defiant. Hayden snatched it from his hand without a word. The members of the Hestia Familia, they had already made up their minds to fight. Haruhime clasped her hands tightly against her chest, trembling with emotion. Lily, still looking the palest of them all, bit her lip in silence. And Ryu, eyes sharp and calm, observed their potential allies, measuring their strength. Sensing the determination, the fierce will to fight, radiating from all three, Nina found her breath trembling. Unable to hold it back, she blurted out, we have to head out as soon as possible, right? What are we going to do? Even though first-class adventurers were said to be capable of surviving for a week anywhere in the dungeon as long as they had access to surface water, food and hydration couldn't simply be ignored. But more than that, the number 60 meant something else entirely to Nina. Having descended only as far as the 29th floor during her own Familia training expedition, she had learned firsthand just how terrifying the dungeon could be. The thought of anything beyond that, a world so deep it felt like another reality, made her dizzy just imagining it. How were they supposed to reach such depths? How could they possibly rescue anyone trapped down there? Nina had no idea. Are you all going too, Lily? But the people who can even reach the 60th floor for a rescue? There can't be that many, can there? Just as Nina leaned forward without thinking, just as those words left her mouth, Hedin, having finished calculating the operation's logistics, lifted his gaze from the notes. Limited? What nonsense are you spouting? In this situation, do you think I'd let even a single ounce of strength go unused? His crimson eyes pierced her, freezing her in place. While Nina could only stare, overwhelmed by his presence among the elves, the sharpest mind in all of Orario, second only to the gods themselves, declared the strategy. We will deploy Orario's entire army. Chapter 2, Ekiden Express. My first encounter with Lefia goes back more than 8 months ago. Thank you, and I'm sorry I wasn't watching where I was going. It was early morning, in a back alley. We met at a corner and bonk, our foreheads crashed right into each other. That was how it all started. We both fell on our backsides, and when we hurried to get up, I remember being completely captivated. Back then, her amber hair was long enough to reach past her waist. Even though the sun hadn't yet risen, it seemed to shine with its own light. It was beautiful. Her pointed ears twitched slightly, a sure sign she was an elf. Her face wasn't just beautiful, it was refined, yet soft and approachable, almost delicate. But what surprised me most was how naturally she reached out and took my hand to help me up. An elf, unbound by the rigid customs of the elven forest, like Ryu, pure, gentle, and honest to her core. That sincere, innocent smile completely disarmed me. This fool couldn't help but blush. In other words, she was the living embodiment of a fairy tale elf, the kind my grandpa used to tell me about every night, the beautiful elf girl who's kind only to me. She really existed. You! Do you know anything about ice? And just like that, my sweet ideal was completely shattered within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Because she turned out to be an Ice Wallenstein fanatic. Probably. Wait, you there! Stop right there! The end of my fantasy marked the beginning of an endless chase death race edition. The beautiful, delicate elf from moments ago had transformed into a ferocious forest guardian, glaring at me like a barbarian hunter. I was relentlessly chased through the streets by Lefia herself. That day happened to be the first of my secret training sessions with Ias. Most likely, Lefia had noticed Ias sneaking out early from the home base and had gone after her out of worry. Her tracking and danger sense were so sharp it was terrifying. At the time, I was still level 1, still calling her Miss Wallenstein. The level 3 elf descending before me that morning felt nothing short of divine punishment. Honestly, I was fighting harder than I did during the Silverback incident. Through sheer luck and frantic thinking, I somehow managed to escape and reach the great city wall where Ace was waiting. But that was only the beginning of my fated run-ins with Lefia. I won't lose to you. That was what she shouted the day we happened to meet at the Babel Gates after returning from the dungeon, for some reason burning with rivalry. Ah, it's you! I'm sorry! Then came Death Race 2, right after I accidentally witnessed Ias and the others bathing on the 18th floor, an endless chase of rage and apologies. You! I'm sorry! And Death Race the 3, after escaping the clutches of the courtesan Phrynia and her ilk when, on the way back through Daedalus Street near the Pleasure Quarter, I accidentally spilled the stamina potion Hermes had given me right over Lefia's head. The result, a scream and a roar that could shake the heavens. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, haven't I just been chased by Lefia over and over again? Ugh. All the memories I'd sealed away until now are flooding back. All those things I tried not to think about are clawing their way out of denial. Well, to be fair, I was the idiot who went to ask for training advice from a top member of another familia, so honestly, Lefia's scolding was completely justified. After the bathing incident and the stamina potion disaster, I'm pretty sure her opinion of me hit absolute rock bottom. Yeah, that's more than fair. Anyway, Lefia and I weren't strangers. A lot had happened between us. Within the Loki Familia, after Ias and Tiona, she was probably the one I'd interacted with the most. And now the same Lefia, who surely had all kinds of complicated feelings toward me, was standing before me, saying, "I want to borrow your strength." Lefia. As I replayed our memories in my mind, I muttered the name half in a daze. Lefia had changed, not just in appearance, but in the aura surrounding her. Like a red flame turned to blue, she had become calm, composed, sharp, and dignified. And surely I had changed too. After everything with the Xenos, the deep floors, and Seer and the others, both of us, changed by our own trials, now stood under the moonlight, our eyes meeting. It felt less like a reunion and more like a fated encounter, something worthy of the word kaiku. First, take this. While I stood there stunned, Lefia remained perfectly composed, holding something out to me. It was a shimmering scarlet undershirt, glowing faintly with scattered motes of light, and a battle garment engraved with runic markings. This is a special protective cloth, woven with the mana of all the elemental spirits: Salamander of fire, Undine of water, Sylph of wind, and more. It was developed by the Academy, and Leon entrusted it to you. Leon did. The choice of gear is up to you, but this is essential for the rescue mission. Be sure to wear it beneath your armor. Both the sleeveless undershirt and the battle cross were made from the same special material and technique. It was still in the prototype stage, known as the Spirit Master, Cloth of All Spirits. In theory, it granted resistance to all elemental magic and attacks derived from spirits themselves. As Lefia briefly explained, I only half followed, my thoughts scattered by everything happening around us, so I ended up blurting out the first question that came to mind. Why do you know about Leon? I was also a student of the Academy until 3 years ago. She answered casually, without hesitation. That reminded me of something I'd heard before. There are many active, high-ranking adventurers who graduated from the Academy. The Loki Familia's Thousand Elf is one of the most prominent examples. That's what Hermes had said during our last visit to the Academy. Unlike me, a half-fake guest student, Lefia was the real thing, a genuine graduate. No wonder she called him Professor Leon with such respect. She might have even been part of the Balder class. Why are you here, Lefia? Her deep blue eyes fixed on me, calm but piercing, and under that gaze I couldn't help but voice the question that weighed most on my mind. To be honest, it felt awkward. I've made my share of mistakes, and I'm sure Lefia doesn't have the best feelings toward me either. So to say that spending time alone together didn't feel awkward would be a lie. I already said everything earlier. It was as if she could read my thoughts. Or maybe she felt the same way. Lefia exhaled softly. Leon asked me to deliver that equipment to you. And also, she met my gaze again, her eyes frighteningly serious. As an elf who abandoned Ice and the others, I shamelessly wished to borrow your strength. It wasn't her humility or her words that surprised me. It was that she, who adored Ice so deeply, had used the word abandoned. The things I saw on the 60th floor, the things I did there. I'll tell you everything. Lefia's voice was quiet. Or maybe she was suppressing her emotions so they wouldn't spill over. It couldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. But the story she told about their retreat from the 60th floor, no, their unimaginable fight for survival, felt like it lasted forever. If I could go back, I'd change the past. But that's meaningless. We'll burn away the convenient delusions, the regrets that cling to us, and take back what was stolen as quickly as possible. I couldn't even think straight. My head and heart were a mess. That was how horrific, how incomprehensible the story she told was. But she was right. We didn't have the time to wallow in regret or conflict. Please, I'm begging you. Help us. In front of me, as I sat on the edge of the bed, Lefia went down on one knee. Bathed in the pale blue moonlight shining through the window, she looked like a knight. I had never seen an elf so pure, so noble, so desperate to atone. Then she lifted her face and held out a command card, a sword directive. I didn't yet understand what it meant. I will. The answer had already been decided. So, please, lend me your strength too. I took the command card from her slender fingers and nodded firmly. Let's save Ice and the others together. It was probably Hestia, or maybe my master, who had arranged all this for me. Over the Spirit Master cloth Lefia had brought me, I began equipping my gear, the knife from my goddess, my armor, the Goliath scarf, and the rest. When I finished, I stepped out of the infirmary. We were on the second floor. Since Babel's magic stone elevators started from the third, we had to take the stairs. The ceilings were tall, so the staircase was long, and Lefia and I walked down, side by side. Apparently, Lefia was also wearing the same Spirit Master cloth under her battle attire. If she'd waited for me to wake up, then she was already more than prepared. Besides her staff, she carried a dagger at her waist, and every piece of her equipment looked expensive, high quality, and polished just what you'd expect from the Loki Familia. Yeah, I'd reached my limit for avoiding reality. Our conversation had already died long ago, leaving only the echo of our footsteps down the stairwell. The silence hurt. I have no idea how I'm supposed to start talking, especially after hearing about that desperate struggle on the 60th floor. If I stayed quiet, the air between us would just keep sinking, heavy like a swamp. That couldn't happen. Depressing thoughts were swirling around, and my heart wouldn't stop pounding, but I knew this silence was bad. We were about to go deep into the dungeon together. We needed at least a bit of brightness, not this gloom. And of course, I could almost hear my master's voice in my head. Can't even hold a normal conversation with a girl? What do you think I restructured your brain for, you worthless piece of trash? Perish. Terrified of an imaginary thunder discipline strike, I desperately searched for something to say. I scanned my surroundings, trying to find a safe topic, something that wouldn't annoy Lefia. Then I noticed her hair, the amber strands brushing the nape of her neck. So, Lefia, you cut your hair. It looks great. Even an idiot like me could tell she'd cut it shorter, so I praised it from the heart, though my smile came out stiff and awkward. This was the master-taught technique. I just want to see your smile compliment style. Lefia looked at me the way one would stare at the most foolish creature in existence, like a priest about to declare, "There is no salvation for filth," like a summoner channeling the ultimate combination of disgust, disappointment, and contempt, a level of disdain that could even surpass horns. Elves know, humans can really make that kind of face, huh? Disgusting. Gah! The most direct and merciless strike possible? No, word possible pierced straight through my chest. She didn't look happy at all. In fact, her expression was so cold it could probably nuke what little reputation I had left. At a time like this, what are you even thinking? Are you some kind of brainless, perverted flower field Happy Meal set? We're supposed to be saving eyes, and you're trying to flirt with me? Do you realize what kind of enemy of women that makes you? Ugh, blah! All of it completely fair. A barrage of pure logic so overwhelming I didn't even have time to repent for my stupidity. My master's teachings don't work. Lefia, could she be the ultimate woman? I nearly lost my footing completely, frozen in place as she sighed and continued down the stairs. As I clutched my chest, trying desperately to hold together what was left of my pride. I'm sorry. Her voice reached me devoid of exasperation or contempt. It was an apology. I looked up to see Lefia descending the steps, one after another, her back turned to me. I've been too caught up in my own thoughts. I know I've been making things tense, and now you're the one having to worry about me. Lefia. But still, please don't do things you're not used to. I don't really know how to react. Ah, right. She'd seen right through me, and I realized Lefia was far more mature than I was. That short exchange alone made it painfully clear. Do you despise me? What? For leaving Ice and the others behind. The question caught me off guard. At first I didn't understand what she meant. But when she continued, her words made my eyes widen. It was, without a doubt, the honest confession she'd been hiding deep inside her heart. If I were in her place, I'd be haunted by that same regret and pain. Her slender elven legs came to a stop. Halfway down the long staircase, she turned back to face me now, several steps below, looking up. Somehow I'd ended up higher up the stairs, while she stood below. Her azure eyes gazed upward, meeting mine. Her face was so still, almost too still, devoid of emotion, just waiting for my answer. I stayed silent for a moment, staring down at her, and then, wait, do you actually want to be despised? Huh? I didn't even realize what I'd just said. It slipped out before I could stop myself. Lefia blinked in surprise, her expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. Seeing that reaction, I couldn't help but smile a little awkwardly and scratch the back of my head. No, it kind of feels like looking into a mirror. A mirror? I mean, I mess up a lot too. Sometimes I almost want people to scold me for it. When they're kind instead, it just makes me feel even more pathetic. I thought back on everything that had happened, how much trouble I'd caused Hestia and the others, and I knew I'd probably keep causing trouble from here on out too. But each time I did, I'd only want more and more to make up for it, to protect them, to repay their kindness. As I gave a small, self-deprecating laugh, it was Lefia's turn to widen her eyes. But, I continued, taking another step down the stairs, I didn't walk beside her, I passed her, and when I reached a lower step, I turned to face her. Blaming you now wouldn't be right. I know that much for sure. Now I was the one standing below, and Lefia was the one above. Because you and your familia came back for their sake, and now you're here with us, ready to go back and save Ice and the others. I looked up at her not with pity, but admiration. I didn't put it into words, but I meant it with all my heart. I respected her for surviving and for choosing to return. What Lefia and the others had done was nothing short of crossing through hell, only to turn back and face it again. For someone, for their comrades, for their ideals. How could anyone possibly condemn that? So, I'm sorry, I said softly. But I can't despise you, Lefia. Maybe I wasn't grown up enough to understand everything, but as the child I still was, I could at least speak from my heart. I was a fool for asking you, Lefia muttered, exhaling in quiet exasperation, but her lips curved into a faint, gentle smile, a smile that bloomed like a flower. I won't say anything so pitiful again, so let me say it once more. Her amber hair swayed beside me, and her sapphire eyes met mine. Please, lend me your strength. Yes. And just like that, all the doubt inside me disappeared. Winter nights are cold. For adventurers who've repeatedly ranked up, whose bodies have grown stronger, more resistant to heat, and cold fingers going numb and fumbling weapons isn't really a thing. Still, cold is cold. You want to wear thicker clothes. But for a body that's just starting to heat up, this might be perfect. My pulse was still high in the heavy silence that pierced the eardrums. It was the calm before the storm, the last quiet moment before the rescue operation. You're here, Belle. Ryu. Riding down with Lefia, we reached Babel's first floor. No lights were on. Moonlight poured through the ever-open gates into the main hall, dyeing everything the same pale blue as the infirmary. Ryu came straight toward us. At her waist were the stardust sword Alves Justitia and a pair of short blades called futaba. She wore a white battle cross and a deep green long cape fully kitted out, same as us. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I can go any time. She'd left right after waking, but she felt good. Head and body both working perfectly. The master's order to rest had been the right call. Except for a tension almost like pressure, she was in the best condition. Ryu, is this all that's going into the dungeon? Something else bothered me. Even at a glance, the number of people gathered for the operation looked small. You're looking sturdy, Alan. I checked the records from the Familia War. Your spear skill has improved, which is good. Shut up, dwarf. Don't go putting on that teacher's face in front of me. Don't you dare stand before me. If you stand next to a tall, slim teacher, the cruel height gap reality becomes obvious. Surprising! That's the meat tank dwarf. Give it up. I'm fine being short. Around 160 centimeters is my limit, little cat here. You're the stubby ones, you bunch of tiny people want me to kill you? Alan, I'm sorry, so stop. If you keep this up, Seer is going to be disappointed in us again. Near the center of the hall, Leon, Alan, and Devalin were already on the verge of a fight. Alfred was the only one wearing the weary older brother face. Haruhim, did you forget anything? Healing supplies? Welf's magic sword? Take Jagamaru for when you get hungry. Don't push yourself, okay? Yes, Hestia. Haruhim is all ready. But I'm worried. Asfi, please take care of our Haruhim. I'll do what I can. At the gate, my goddess was flapping her hands frantically, busy conducting a body check on Haruhim. Nearby, Asfi looked completely drained. No, more like consumed by despair and resignation, as she too was cornered for inspection. Elsewhere, my master was exchanging rapid communications through his ocular crystal, and around him stood the upper-ranked adventurers of the Loki Familia, including the black-haired man and the others. Neither Lily, Welf, nor Mikoto were anywhere to be seen. None of the other Familia members either. Even counting me, Lefia, and Ryu, there weren't even 20 people here. I suppose I don't need to ask, but... Belle, which command card were you given? A? The sword one, but... Ryu asked, glancing toward Lefia, who had handed it to me earlier. When I showed her the card, she nodded and pulled an identical one from her coat. Everyone here possesses the sword command card. We are the main force. The main force? From the size of the group, it seemed we'd be heading to the 60th floor as a small elite unit. Still, the lineup was extraordinary. Aside from the top-tier buffer Haruhime, everyone was level 4 or higher. Led by level 7 Professor Leon, the rest were all first-class adventurers. From what Lefia had told me in the infirmary, something shocking in itself, both Otter and Hogni were still trapped in the deep floors after assisting Loki Familia's grand expedition, which meant that, aside from Ice and the others, this was practically a dream party of the city's greatest heroes. But still. The 60th floor? That's an insane depth. Normally you'd only go that far with a massive expedition like Loki Familia's. Time's up. We're moving out. My master's command cut straight through my thoughts. Everyone turned toward him, and then the whole group began to move to the basement level that connected to the dungeon's entrance. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a strategy briefing? Am I the only one who doesn't know what's going on? Master, you haven't told me anything yet. What am I supposed to do? Run, that's all. Eh? I'll explain on the way. Listen as you move. Isn't that a little too careless or flat-out reckless? But before I could even finish thinking that, my master, having read my foolish disciple's thoughts as always, delivered a beautiful yet brutal kick as he passed by, forcing an undignified "Gah!" out of me. At this point, even the time wasted explaining to you is too valuable. Everything must proceed in parallel. Move, foolish rabbit. The efficiency-obsessed master vanished down the stairs without another word. Groaning in pain, I staggered back to my feet. At the base of the stairs leading underground stood Professor Leon, Ryu, Haruhime, Asfi, and Lefia, who looked at me with a mixture of pity and exasperation. And right in front of me was my goddess. Belle, take this with you. This is an oculus crystal? Yeah, I begged Uranus to let me borrow one just for you. It must have already been modified by Welf, because with a small click, the crystal fit perfectly into the recess of the bracer on my left arm. Like a parent fussing over a child about to set off on a journey, the goddess adjusted it carefully before holding up a crystal of the same color in her hand, flashing me a thumbs up with a bright smile. Through the oculus, I'll be watching your adventure, and I'll send advice straight from here on the surface, real-time divine guidance. Let's do this, Belle. We'll bring back that Wallen-something kid and the rest together. Even though gods normally can't fight, their support felt closer and warmer than any weapon. A true rescue mission, one where gods and their familia fight as one. No matter how far apart we are, the words "fighting together with my God" sound unbelievably reassuring. The nervousness I'd felt vanished like mist. More than anything else, I felt courage swell in my chest. So let's give it everything we've got, and make sure everyone comes back alive. Yes, I smiled, answering with a firm nod. We would challenge the impossible. Together with everyone, with my goddess on the greatest adventure yet, to reclaim what we'd lost. The operation began with a leap and then with a fall. Do not engage until the 50th floor. Run. From the first basement of Babel, we dove straight into the middle of the dungeon's great vertical shaft, the Great Pit. Ignoring the spiral staircase carved along the shaft's wall, the adventurers plunged down all at once to the first floor. Even as I flinched at the command barked from Hedon's lips upon landing, we immediately took off running. At the front, of course, was the city's fastest man, Alan Frommel. Following behind his silver spear like a charging chariot, the rest of us stormed through the great passage known as the Path of Beginnings. This pace is way too fast right from the start. Forget that fool of a cat. Keep up with Leon's back. At the terrifyingly fast opening sprint, Asfi flying at the rear with Haruhim held in her arms and her Talaria boots flaring, let out a panicked cry. Hedon, running calmly in the middle of the formation, replied as if this chaos were completely routine. Our designated pace setter was Leon, running second in line. The knight's white-silver armor and the long sword sheath across his back were our landmark. Swinging his arms powerfully, Leon maintained a near-perfect pace, fast enough to push us to our limits, but steady enough to keep cohesion. For any ordinary high-level adventurer party, this would already be a suicide march. But for us, the main force, heading to the 60th floor, this was our maximum combat speed. I could clearly see the sharp focus return to Lefia's eyes beside me, as she matched her breath with the other Loki Familia members. Seriously, though, Alan is ridiculous. Not that it's surprising. We were still in the upper floors, yet his figure had already vanished ahead. Even scarier was how Hedon didn't seem fazed in the slightest. It was like he expected this. And Alfrig's group, running as if this were a casual jog, made my skin crawl. I've heard people say Loki Familia is leagues above everyone else in dungeon expeditions. Now I understood. Coordination? None. Teamwork? Non-existent. Just pure, merciless momentum. I was so glad I hadn't joined Freya Familia's expedition. Proceed only through standard routes. Head for the destination by the shortest path possible. That command from Hedon probably meant for me, since I was still the least informed, made the plan clear enough. We tore through the glowing halls of the dungeon, our shadows flashing in the phosphorescent light. The pounding of boots echoed like thunder. At this speed, it almost felt like we'd reach the 60th floor in no time, though reason reminded me that was impossible. Charging this fast and this loud, there was no doubt the monsters would soon hear us coming. Huh? That's when my dull brain finally noticed something was wrong. The monsters aren't here? Despite a whole squad of adventurers thundering through the dungeon, we hadn't run into a single monster. No, they were here. I could feel their presence all throughout the labyrinth. If anything, faint echoes of howls, screams, and clashing steel reached my ears from somewhere far off. They're here! The main force! The main force is coming! Before any monsters appeared, it was other adventurers who showed up first. A group of lower-level adventurers, weapons drenched in blood proof of the battle they'd just survived, saw us and cried out in panic before turning heel and vanishing around the corner. What's going on? What does that even mean? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? Kicking up the piles of ash scattered across the ground, I could only stumble in confusion. But before I could even process the chaos, the answer came to me. Chasing the Silver Knight's back, I turned the next corner and saw it. Oh! Gra! Stretching far into the distance, an entire column of adventurers was locked in fierce back-and-forth combat with waves of monsters. What? My eyes couldn't believe it. My brain froze. The sight was so overwhelming that my legs almost stopped on their own. Then smack. A light impact hit my waist. Don't stop! Lefia's left hand pushed me forward from behind, forcing me to pick up my pace again. Following the deep green cape of Ryu ahead of me, I looked around to take in the entire scene. Two lines both sides of the passageway packed with adventurers, cutting down goblins and kobolds as they poured in. From side tunnels, from the slopes below, monsters kept swarming in endless numbers onto the main route. It's a pseudo-shaft, Belle. Goddess! From the gauntlet-mounted oculus, Hestia's voice rang out. She must have been traveling somewhere herself, because I could hear the clatter of wagon wheels in the background as she spoke in the tone of a seasoned field operator. This whole plan came from that sadistic elf. The guild's great shaft might be made of orichalcum, the hardest metal in the world, but this pseudo-shaft was built by adventurers themselves. From here all the way down to the deep floors, they're securing the shortest route for you and the main force. An adventurer-built shaft? No more importantly, it goes all the way down to the deep floors? My eyes went wide, unable to process the flood of information all at once, and I quickly scanned the scene again. A beastman tank held back several monsters with his great shield, while a dwarven hammer crashed down, sending them flying. Mages and archers unleashed spells and arrows to stop enemies trying to crawl out of cracks in the wall. Down the very middle of that secured corridor ran Leon, myself, and the rest of the group charging straight ahead, unhindered and unchallenged. If the center path we were sprinting down was the main road, then the other adventurers fighting along the sides were the roadside. They had formed living barricades along both edges of the route, shielding us from every monster attack. This site really stretches all the way to the deep floors. Then yes, this truly was a shaft. If a shaft is a shortcut that carries adventurers deep into the dungeon unharmed, then even if this wasn't a vertical tunnel or an elevator, this desperate human-built passage was still one all the same. Do not stop to fight, fool rabbit. No matter who falls, keep running. Hedon's voice came sharp and cold beside me as I stared, stunned. Leave all trivial work to the other familias, to the entire army of Orario. He meant for us to burn this sight into our minds, the united might of the city of heroes, gathered inside the dungeon itself. Road's clear, just like you asked. Vana Freya's chariot already passed through. Get moving. We've never fought like this before, damn it. Shouts of support, status reports, even curses flew past us as we ran. Judging by their gear and movement, they were lower-level adventurers, level 1s, who usually stayed on the upper floors. And yet even they'd been mobilized, holding the line to protect this single route. So that's why Lily and the others weren't with us. That's why Orario had been so eerily quiet before our departure. They had all gone ahead into the dungeon to carve this path for us. The sword command cards designate the main force heading to the 60th floor for rescue. The shield cards appoint the defense corps that maintain this route and protect the main force's lifeline. Hestia's voice explained through the glowing crystal, connecting every piece into place. Looking closely, I could see that every adventurer fighting bore a command card on their armor, where a familia's emblem would usually be engraved with a shield. The swords were the elite main force. The shields were the massive defense corps guarding the path. So that's what the two cards meant. Everything was to conserve the main force's strength for the descent to the 60th floor. Now I get it. Why Hedon knocked me unconscious. Why I'd been forced to rest after returning from the Dragon's Valley. All of it had been to give them time to prepare this pseudo-shaft. Even limited to the standard route, sending manpower deep into the dungeon to secure the fastest passage required time and an enormous effort. The entire city's adventurers had built this pseudo-shaft. A reckless, desperate, but grand man-made shaft operation. To rescue Lady Riveria and the others, time is our greatest enemy. We reached the 60th floor in one day. Oh, one day? Just as I finally began to grasp the scale of the plan, Hedon casually dropped another bombshell. Back when I went on the lower floor expedition with Aisha, it had taken us an entire day just to reach the 24th floor. Now we were going more than twice that distance in a single day. Even avoiding every fight, even with this massive shortcut, how could that be possible? The deep floors were said to be wider than the entire city of Orario itself. Our mission does not end upon reaching the 60th floor, Hedon continued, cutting through my doubts. We must retrieve Loki Familia and return to the surface before the dungeon devours us. That includes both the main force and the defense corps maintaining this shaft. In other words, the way down and the way back up. This wasn't some marathon where you reached the goal and stopped. Even the ones lining the route, the spectators, had to fight with their lives on the line. Go, you damn rabbit! Hurry it up and come back already! We can't hold out forever! The time this man-made shaft could be maintained was limited, its collapse already ticking down like a clock. The rough shouts thrown our way, soaked with blood and sweat, would eventually fall silent too. Reaching the deep floors wasn't the end. For the sake of everyone protecting both the way down and the way back, we had to return at full speed. A hellish, long-distance relay where lives themselves were the bat-on. We had to carry that unseen talisman of life and pass it on, even if the goal ahead seemed utterly hopeless. My throat tightened, but then, right beside me, a soft voice whispered, "That's how it should be." The small lips of the amber-haired elf, already long since resolved. I looked to the side. Her sapphire eyes met mine, because Ice and the others are waiting. That's what her gaze said. And that alone was enough. I drew a deep breath, cast off every stray thought, and set my resolve. For everyone supporting our run for Ais and her companions, we'd save them, and make it back as fast as we possibly could. They're fast, too fast. They haven't even reached the altar yet. After riding the carriage at full speed, Hestia tumbled off right in front of the guild headquarters. Her tied black hair bounced wildly as she broke into a sprint. At this rate, I won't even have time to sit down and do my operator work properly. Huh? Did you say something, goddess? Nothing at all, she yelled back desperately to Belle's voice echoing from the oculus, then kept up her furious pace. Even though she had rushed from Babel as fast as possible, Belle's main force was already blazing through the upper floors so fast she could barely keep up, even from the surface. If she wanted to continue supporting them, she had to push her body to the limit. Following the familiar route back down, she nearly collided with several guild staff rushing in the opposite direction, apologizing quickly as she dashed down the long staircase into the underground temple. "You're late, shorty." "Ha! Ha! I came as fast as I could. Cough, Gway?" "Don't puke, idiot. You're the one who said you wanted to see the kids off. I wanted to send Lefia and the others too, but I held myself back, you hear?" The first thing to greet her when she arrived at the underground altar was Loki's booming yell. Still coughing in a way unbecoming of a goddess, Hestia put her hands on her knees and tried to catch her breath before looking up. There were fewer deities present than she expected. Seated on the stone throne was Uranus, with Loki still shouting nearby, Hephaestus watching in exasperation, Hermes waving casually, and Balder standing quietly with his usual gentle smile. And then, "Late to the party, Hestia." "Wah? Freya?" Not as the barmaid seer, but in her full glory as the goddess of beauty. "Why are you in that form? We agreed you'd stay disguised as seer to avoid causing an uproar." "There are only a few of us gods allowed in the underground temple. It's fine." "You're too free-spirited, and that outfit seriously?" The proud and imperious goddess, her silver hair gleaming, was dressed in of all things the tavern's uniform. To be precise, it was just the light green one-piece dress, without the apron or cap. It fit Seer perfectly, but on the divine and voluptuous Freya, it was far too tight. The buttons at her chest strained dangerously, looking ready to burst at any moment. It was absolutely not attire befitting the goddess Freya, and the sight was almost surreal. "This is all I had left to wear," she said calmly. "Don't say something that makes you sound poorer than me while acting like a queen." While Hestia shouted, rubbing her temples in disbelief, Freya simply raised the oculus in her hand, its blue light glinting, and spoke smoothly. "It's better to cheer them on like this. Seeing me this way will raise Vanna's morale. And besides..." She began transmitting a message through the oculus, her eyes calm and certain. "Alan, stop at the 12th floor. Meet up with Hedon and the others before entering the middle floors." "I refuse. Those winged insects are too slow." "No, you can't disobey me, the goddess, not the barmaid seer." "Shh. With an irritated click of the tongue, the communication cut off. Freya then smiled sweetly, almost like an innocent girl. See? If I don't act like this, Alan won't listen to a word I say. What kind of communication have you been having with him all this time? Hestia groaned, half disgusted at the goddess's shameless tone. Still, she couldn't deny Freya had a point. Glancing around, she saw Hephaestus and Hermes either shrugging or smirking wryly, Balder maintaining his calm smile, and Uranus staying silent, tacit approval. Only Loki complained, "At least keep that mutt on a leash, will ya?" Demeter and several other gods were apparently above ground, doing their best to calm the frightened citizens, and no one present seemed inclined to question the goddess of beauty's choice of form. With that, Hestia decided there was no use lecturing her. Switching focus, she quickly pulled out her own oculus, connecting to Belle's line. "Belle, everything's ready, so I'll start explaining the full details of the operation. Listen while you run." I'll do my best. Leave the support work to me." To save time and effort, Hestia took over from Hedon, transmitting tactical information directly to Belle. As the operation unfolded, the two goddesses Hestia and Freya joined forces as divine operators, throwing their full support behind the desperate rescue mission. While the lower-class adventurers fought bravely at the edges of the path, our advance showed no sign of stopping. We kept descending the interfloor passages again and again, an endless charge. Even for the so-called dream party of top-class heroes, this was too fast. I never realized that tearing straight through the dungeon's shortest routes, ignoring every possible battle, could feel so overwhelming. As I absorbed every bit of information Hestia was sending me through the oculus, awe never left my mind. Along the route, adventurers holding the line on both sides shouted out, not cheers exactly, but battle cries that hit me like waves. "Go on, rescue team. I'll hold the line here. This is the burning fighting fighter of the dawned Holy Dragon Knights. Leave it to the great beautiful tail Violarte." Amazing different familia are fighting side by side. Even if their teamwork is rough, their spirit is perfect. Though, wow, everyone's really eager to show off their titles. "Lefia senpai, go ahead. Please come back safely. I promise, absolutely." Even the students from the Academy District, dressed in their red and white battle uniforms, they called out to their senior as she passed. Lefia didn't slow or turn, but I heard her quietly murmur, "Thank you." Seeing those brave students once so opposed to adventurers during the Orariad fighting shoulder to shoulder now nearly brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't cry, not here, but the sight struck deep. We were witnessing something greater than even the familia war. But we can't afford to just get emotional. We were only on the 10th floor, and already the Academy's students and even ranked-up Level 2 adventurers were deployed. It made sense for the students. They had strong status values, but limited dungeon experience, perfect for guarding the upper layers. But using seasoned upper-class adventurers here, that meant something else. Either the command was making absolutely sure nothing went wrong, or the dungeon had grown dangerous enough that even the veterans needed to hold these floors. I stole a glance forward. My master, Hedon Selland, held his oculus in one hand, listening calmly to the voice on the other end, probably Lily's. Even now, amid the chaos, his expression was cool and precise as ever. All I could do was trust in his judgment and swallow my unease. "Go. We're counting on you. Do your best." The shouts of the adventurers and students around us filled the tunnels as we pressed onward. At an unbelievable pace, we cleared 11 passages and reached the 12th floor, the Mist Labyrinth. The corridors were wide, the chambers vast, fog swirling thick around us, yet there was no risk of losing the group. The roaring of the adventurers holding the line never faded, and the glowing magic stone lamps guided us like beacons through the haze. "Oh, took you long enough. Ah, Mord!" Through the mist appeared that familiar rough face. Mord, Scott, and Guile, like water-bearers in a marathon, ran alongside us for a few strides as we passed. The team kept a steady pace, But Mord and his men were already at their limit, running flat out, gasping for air. Ha! Ha! Damn it, Rabbitfoot! No, wait, Regulus Arna, the lion rabbit of Light Ga. Screw it. You change nicknames too damn often. Sorry. Scott and Guile were already falling behind, shouting, "Too fast," as they dropped out of view. Only Mord, eyes bloodshot and spitting with effort, kept up beside me for a few seconds more, pumping his arms furiously, and I could only bow my head apologetically. Also, wait, my title changed again? Even leaving his assigned post, Mord pulled a small vial from his pocket and shoved it into my hand. Go, Belle. Hurry and bring those Loki bastards back alive. Yes, sir. It was the loudest, most heartfelt shout I'd given all day. I raised my hand high toward Mord as he fell back, his figure shrinking behind me, the elixir he'd handed me clutched tight in my palm. It couldn't have been cheap, yet he'd gotten it for me. No way could I pretend that didn't hit me straight in the chest. Maybe that fire in my heart reached the others too, because right after, our entire main force picked up speed, diving straight into the middle floors. Even in the dungeon's first true danger zone, the rock cavern labyrinth, our pace didn't falter. The fastest lancer, Alan, who'd somehow waited for us ahead, rejoined the formation, and shielded by the upper-class adventurers forming the pseudo-shaft around us, we kept accelerating deeper. Kyoi! Gra! But there was one thing to watch for more gaps. An Almiraj's thrown stone axe whizzed past my face, and a hellhound's fire breath nearly scorched the rear line. Outside the pure tank specialists, most adventurers weren't used to defensive formations like this. Holding a corridor steady under constant assault, it's a brutal job even for veterans. And now that we'd entered the middle floors, where ranged attacks became more common, we had to keep pushing forward without pause. The fourth shaft ahead jump. Somehow, Master Hedden had the entire dungeon map imprinted in his mind. Every time he barked a command, it was dead accurate. We'd leap headlong into vertical shafts that opened along the main route 4 times now already. Each time, the adventurers maintaining the shaft below would look up in disbelief as we came plummeting down, perfectly timed. Incredible. We were clearing floors faster than we ever had in the upper levels. The air shook with the echo of our descent. Ah! The main force was terrifyingly fast. So fast that if this had been my first dive into the middle floors, I'd probably have frozen in shock. Floor after floor blurred by in a continuous sweep, until the booming roars of giants began to rumble closer. Leon and Rappi! At last we reached the 17th floor. After sprinting through the enormous tunnels worthy of the giant's domain, we burst into the vast chamber at the floor's deepest end, where the battered 3rd unit stood, Iglin, Chris, and Leggy. Purify and cleanse, holy blade of judgment. Strike, spirit sword of conquest. Not just them. There were other academy students and Makoto, too, the entire Takamikazuchi familia. And the enemy they faced, Rar! Guau! The lone king of the dungeon monster Rex Goliath. For it to appear now at this timing, along with the giant rampaging, other large-class monsters like Minotaurs and Ragerfangs were tearing through the battlefield. The enormous chamber, the Wailing Wall, had turned into a scene of utter chaos. A floor boss? But the Goliath that I and Iglin's group fought should have been defeated only 4 weeks ago. Had the next one spawned and been left alone this entire time? Could that even happen? Or was the respawn interval off somehow? Was I mistaken? No, right now, that doesn't matter. Boars and the others aren't here. Still running, Belle scanned the battlefield in a single instant and froze in shock. None of the Rivera adventurers, the ones used to fighting Goliath, were anywhere in sight. Were they deployed to another front line? Here, it was a mixed force of Familia teams, mostly level 2s. Ooh! Uka, get back! The frontliners Uka and the others fiercely aimed. For the giant's legs to bring it down, while Chigusa and the rear guards fired arrows and spells in support. There were also students from the academy in their red and white combat uniforms. A gray-haired boy swordsman, a strawberry blonde girl magician, most likely level 3 adventurers. including Iglin and the rest of the third squad. They were probably top performers from the Academy's special dungeon training, assigned here because of their high marks. They were all desperately attacking, but it wasn't enough. They couldn't break through the fortress that was Goliath. Get it together, you lot. Open the path for Rappi. Leave it to me. Watch me, Rappi. Behold my graceful shaft dance. Dark mine, still maintaining its speed across the wailing wall, the main force received Iglin's roar from the center of the battlefield, where he stood bloodied, dual hammers raised high. Bleeding heavily, Chris performed a sharp, graceful dance as she slashed through a large monster's magic stone, and Leggy triggered an array of explosive trap spells in reply. The main force is coming through. Move that big bastard out of the way! Adventurers, fighting for their lives, shoved aside minotaurs to clear a path, each of their sacrifices painting the air red and hot as it struck Belle's cheek. But it didn't fade. The dungeon's most terrifying foe remained the floor boss itself. Worse, its massive arms swept through allies like leaves in the wind, threatening to tear apart the artificial shaft the adventurers had built. Master Hedon, we need support. Belle couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing an adventurer fall beside him, coughing blood, he cried out. Just one strike of covering fire, anything to help deflect that wall of a giant to save them. Do not stop! Run through! But Master Hedon's voice cut him off like a whip. It sounded merciless, but in truth, it was anything but. Are your comrades not even worth trusting? The coral red eyes didn't so much as glance my way, they were fixed straight ahead, unshaken. Those trash, they're relentless to the very end. The Four-Prum brothers said it too, acknowledging, in their own scornful way, the strength of the adventurers they'd once fought against in the wargame. And then, divine martial conquest. With a sacred chant on her lips, the purple battle robes fluttered high in the air. Leave this place to us, Belle. As if to sever the hesitation still binding me, Mikoto let out a roar filled with magic power. Futsunomi Tama! Goo! By the time the main force reached the battlefield, Mikoto's magic was already fully charged. Her ultimate spell, Gravitational Cage, slammed the colossal Goliath into the ground, forcing its knees down before burying the giant even deeper. Cracks split the stone floor beneath it, and the entire chamber quaked. The wall of lamentation itself seemed to scream, fracturing from floor to ceiling as if the dungeon might collapse under the strain. Zarga Amalda! Fire the magic swords now! The Academy's mages unleashed volleys of spells, while Uka, Chigusa, and the others drew their magic bringers' mass-produced magic swords supplied by the Academy, not Welf's fabled Krodzo blades, yet powerful all the same. To ensure the giant's annihilation, they'd saved their weapon charges until this precise moment. Coordinating perfectly with Mikoto's gravitational field, thunder roared, flames raged, and gales howled, all elemental forces converging on a single point within that crushing barrier. The Goliath, engulfed in seething energy like molten magma bubbling in a cauldron, was swallowed by the combined onslaught. Its death cry split the air as its body burst apart. Just as our formation reached striking range, the monster's core shattered. The gravity field dispersed, releasing a storm of sparks, lightning, and clouds of ash. We plunged through the gray tempest, running forward as shouts of triumph and encouragement erupted behind us. Go on ahead, Belle, Ryu. Move, Belle Crenelle, keep going. Do your best. Come back safe, Rappi. We'll be waiting. Me too. Lefia senpai. Professor Leon. Mikoto, Uka, Chigusa, Chris, Igrin, even Leggy, all bellowed their voices to send us off, joined by the students of the Academy, whose cheers filled the blazing, ash-covered cavern. Just like Master said, I felt ashamed for even doubting these incredible people for a moment. But right now, more than that, I felt strength flowing into me from Mikoto's voice and the others' cheers. Clenching both fists, I poured power into them and pushed forward toward the 18th floor. Stop! The first safe floor, the under-resort, the paradise of the labyrinth. It was currently daytime. Under the blue sky created by the glowing blue crystals, our main force burst out from the descending passageway of the connecting tunnel, stopping for the first time in front of the great central tree that sat in the middle of the 18th floor. In other words, it was time for a short rest. Recovery and hydration! You've got 2 minutes! Master's order thundered out, his voice implying, "Neglect resupply here and I'll kill you." With a pocket watch in hand, he allowed not a single second of delay. His time management was absolute. He was less a commander and more a demonic coach leading a forced march. Ha ha. You two okay, Narvi, Alicia? Yes, we can still manage this much. Having just reached level 5, I was only lightly sweating, but the level 4 upper-class adventurers of the Loki Familia were already drenched, catching their breath however they could. Lefia exhaled hotly and wiped her face with one arm. Even setting aside the difference in stats, they'd only just returned from an expedition. Among everyone in this rescue operation, their burden was the heaviest, especially with those heavy support packs they were carrying. For their sake, and for us first-tier adventurers, these properly timed breaks were absolutely necessary. Everyone, restore your stamina individually. If you need wounds treated, we'll use area healing magic. Hydration over here. Waiting for us at the base of the central tree was a team of healers members of the Diansect Familia and students from the academy. They bathed each of us in the light of healing magic, while other herbalists, acting almost like nurses, handed out specially prepared restorative drinks. This was all. Arranged by that ruthless elf, came Hestia's quick explanation through the crystal communicator on my wrist. He set up 4 rest points total, all the way to the 60th floor. Apparently, during preparation for the pseudo-shaft, Master had stationed recovery teams on specific floors, using safer levels like this one as forward medical bases. After we departed, these spots would also serve as bases to support the defense teams, maintaining the shaft receiving the wounded, and dispatching small groups of healers to where they were needed most. It seemed the healers, along with their guards, had advanced here to the 18th floor just before Goliath appeared on the 17th, temporarily cutting them off from the rear forces. But now, Uka and the others should be able to receive treatment safely. That said, once we left here, only 3 rest points remained. Whether that was too many or far too few, I couldn't decide, as that thought sent a tremor of tension through me at the sheer distance to the 60th floor. Belle Senpai! Nina! The junior girl from the 3rd squad who had been stationed on the 18th floor came running up, staff in hand. Why are you here? They assigned me here for my magic ability, on Lily Senpai's orders. I'll handle your recovery, Belle Senpai. Nina, it's fine. My strength would hold until the next rest point, so I wanted her to save her energy and mana for others who needed it more. That's what I was about to say next. Please let me. I want to be your healer. But the junior cut that off firmly. I can't yet fight alongside you. Or Rappi. Nina, I still want to be someone you can rely on. Magia Chris. The all-purpose healing spell pushed my drained stamina back to full. Wrapped in white light like a bed of flowers, I smiled at Nina, who pressed her lips together in frustration. We're fighting together even now. Because Nina and the others are holding the line, we can go ahead. Because they'll do their best. We'll be able to come back. It wasn't just empty reassurance. I said it from the heart. The girl's emerald eyes widened, then her cheeks flushed, and she broke into a bright smile. Thank you, Nina. I'll come back. Yes! I'll fight alongside you and wait here. I'll wait until you return always. Nina smiled back, and as her spell ended, she hurried off. She'd probably be needed to treat Mikoto and the others after the Goliath fight. There could never be enough healers. Watching my earnest, reliable junior stride away made me feel a little proud. Don't seduce the academy kids, Lefia said. Lefia? Replacing Nina, the long yellow hair of the elf moved up beside me. You've got your ears bright red. You gush over ice, then plan to make a harem or something? Lefia, I think you've got the wrong idea. As the main force finished preparing to depart, Lefia glanced over with those deep blue eyes. Pressured but resolute, I protested loudly. Nina relies on me. She treats me like a senior, like an older brother. I don't have any weird thoughts at all. That I could say with confidence. Honestly, Lefia's suspicions were just elf fastidiousness, right? Ha! But Lefia fixed me with a gaze so cold it could shred paper, and then, for some reason, she clenched her right fist. Hestia, can I go punch one of your familia now? Why? Sure. Wha? Shocked by the sudden Iron Fist declaration, I yelped at Hestia's immediate response through the oculus. For a brief instant after that, Lefia's level 4 elf punch flared and hummed as if ready to slaughter a rabbit. Ah! From the oculus came the cute but tortured scream of her child, and Hestia closed her eyes and clasped her hands in mock prayer. In my familia of the virgin goddess, harems are a sin, Belle, and a dense harem is an even graver sin, Rapi. Under an hour to reach the 18th floor? Ha, that's insane. Turning toward the commotion in the center of the underground altar, the largest viewing oculus mounted on a long pedestal was alive with noise. Even Hephaestus looked shocked, and Hermes had started clapping in surprise. It was like a remote classroom observation gods watching proudly as their children performed. Their pace is incredible. Hestia was one of them, biting back excitement as she joined the circle around the crystal. They can do it! They can do it! At this rate, they'll really reach the 60th floor in a single day. There's no way this dream team of heroes can lose. Even as Bell screamed from his supposed divine punishment, the main force finished their 2-minute rest exactly on time and set off again. Charging into the great tree labyrinth from the 19th floor, their momentum didn't waver, and Hestia, who'd been cheering, slowly let her smile fade as she glanced over her shoulder. That's what I want to think. But it's not going to be that easy, is it, Loki? Yeah. Whenever the normally rowdy trickster goddess fell silent, it meant only one thing. Seeing her serious expression, Hestia and the others stopped celebrating. Loki's narrow crimson eyes half opened as she spoke one who knew the hell of the 60th floor better than any of them. They're coming, she said quietly. The enemy's tendrils. A new species? Not long after plunging into the plant-like dungeon that resembled the interior of a colossal tree, a scream announcing an irregularity echoed through the main route. A thunderous roar followed. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrvalry. One shaft route exploded violently. Several adventurers were flung aside by a barrage of tentacles. Bursting through the bark-like walls came towering figures so tall they could be mistaken for giant serpents. But what bloomed at the end of their long bodies was a grotesque, multicolored flower. It's a new species of man-eating plant. The Ganesha lot who went deeper said they'd start showing up. One of the senior adventurers shouted hoarsely as he hacked at the tentacles. The yellow-green bodies weren't snakes at all, but stems. The lurid heads had no eyes or nose, only a monstrous maw filled with jagged gums and teeth. The sight was enough to make one's skin crawl, a giant carnivorous flower straight out of a nightmare. It wasn't listed in the guild's monster compendium, an unconfirmed species. Violas! They're already appearing! A sharp voice came from the Loki Familia stationed toward the rear of the main force. The name Violas was well known to them. They had faced the same. Creatures on the 60th floor. Detailed information on this new species had already been passed from Lefia and the others to Master Hedon, and circulated among all the adventurers taking part in the mission. Damn it all! There's no way we can hold this shaft like this! Even so, this thing had no business appearing in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Its strength was completely mismatched for this floor, its potential far beyond the local monsters. Equivalent to a level 3, maybe even level 4. Regardless of individual variants, it was absurdly strong. The defense squad couldn't respond in time. The unending cacophony of its roars filled the corridors. Lefia's killing intent flared, and if no one took command soon, the main force we would be forced to step in. Calm down already! Ora! A wet, cracking sound echoed, Gogak! And that brief moment of panic was instantly snuffed out. With a flash of her rapier, Daphne shredded the tentacles into ribbons, while Boris brought his massive axe down in a single swing, cleaving the flower's head clean in two, halting the chaos before it could spread. Remember the info from the Loki Familia? Their weakness is slashing and magic attacks, and they're drawn to sources of magic. Magic swordsmen, act as decoys for now. It's fine to break formation, just lure them away from the shaft. Oh, okay. While deftly handling a man-eating flower herself, Daphne barked out orders one after another. Her clear, sharp commands instantly snapped the rowdy adventurers back into discipline. Several mid-ranged fighters broke from the pseudo-shaft line and began parallel chanting. The surge of magic power they released made the cluster of man-eating flowers whip their heads toward the source, drawn in by instinct. Daphne charged their exposed backs, already having pinpointed their magic stone cores, and in a single clean motion, reduced them to ash. The same woman who had once trained Lily in the art of command now stood as a newly promoted level 3, showing exactly why she'd earned that rank. Idiot! I told you blunt attacks don't work on these freaks. Cut or burn them. We've got the numbers, just focus and take them down. They're not a floor boss, so keep your heads. My bad, Bors. Meanwhile, the more seasoned level 3, Bors, was a storm of destruction himself. With his massive axe, he hacked through tentacles and stems alike, bellowing at his subordinates to stay sharp. The pseudo-shaft line that had begun to collapse was quickly restored, the enemy's advance repelled in full. The adventurers from Rivalry really do know their stuff. We'll leave those troublesome man-eaters to you. Everyone else handle the regular monsters. Don't dump it all on us, you bastard Loris Fuga. Damn it, I'll remember this. Now that things had calmed enough to assess the battlefield, it was clear the defense force, centered around the adventurers from Rivalry, was holding its ground admirably. Maybe because they lived inside the dungeon, Bors and his crew had all kinds of countermeasures for new species, or perhaps they'd already fought these plants before. Either way, they responded to the irregularity with remarkable strength. Daphne's leadership and Bors's brute force together kept disaster at bay. I think I'm starting to get it now. I could hear the strategy being relayed through the oculus from my goddess, but I was beginning to grasp the deeper structure, Master Hedon's real plan hidden within the formation. He had placed key figures, squad leaders, or corps, at every depth. The upper levels up to the 12th floor had moored and other veteran level 2 adventurers. The 17th floor, Cavern Labyrinth, was entrusted to Mikoto, Uka, and their mixed group. The 18th floor served as a major recovery base centered around healers like Nina. And now, the Great Tree Labyrinth was under the command of Level 3 tactician Daphne, with Bors and the Rivalry adventurers as her arms and legs. Every piece, every person, right down to the students from the academy, had been placed deliberately into this pseudo-shaft system. Orario's adventurers, the academy's prodigies, all accounted for. Master Hedon really was incredible. Keep pushing forward! Daphne! Leaving command in Bors's hands, Daphne leapt across a jutting tree branch to run alongside us. I'd been feeling nothing but awe at how reliable she was, but up close her face was slick with sweat fatigue heavy in her eyes. Before I could say anything, she splashed cold reality on me with her words. We've already rearranged positions again and again, just barely keeping it together. Sorry, but once you hit the lower floors, we might not be able to maintain a proper shaft anymore. Auntie Anira's group is up ahead, but it's way more dangerous down there. Stay sharp. There was no time to reply. Downing a potion straight from the bottle, Daphne launched herself into the air, her sword driving clean into the forehead of a rampaging mammoth fool. As the massive creature collapsed, Alan and Leon dodged nimbly over its body, and we followed them into the corridor leading to the next floor. Of course, the deeper we went, the heavier the strain on those maintaining the pseudo-shaft became. As we ran, Daphne's warning etched itself into my mind. I became keenly aware that time itself, the lifespan of this operation, was running short. The residents of Rivalry and several mid-tier familias, with level 3s as their main force, showed extraordinary resolve, holding the line without casualties as we crossed 3 more floors. The great tree labyrinth came to an end. A chill, damp air began to dominate the connecting tunnel, whipping my hair as if we were near open water. And then, finally, we broke through to the second line of death, the lower floors. In the next instant, a wave of searing steam and heat slammed into us, the unmistakable aftermath of blue napalm. That's an amphisbaena? Oh! The twin-headed dragon's roar drowned out Ryu's and my cries of shock. Even from afar, the sheer presence of the lower floor's floor boss was enough to crush the air from our lungs. But worse than fear was the confusion twisting in my gut. That's impossible. The amphisbaena was defeated before the expedition. It was Lefia who gave voice to the disbelief we all shared. She was right, the amphisbaena had been slain just 2 weeks ago by none other than the Loki Familia. I'd seen the report myself on the guild's notice board before heading for the Dragon's Valley. The respawn timing utterly wrong. Whatever error I thought existed with Goliath before this was beyond that. This was a clear, undeniable contradiction. What in the world is happening? As unease and doubt clawed at us, our mentors and seniors, the Einherjar, the hardened warriors reacted only with calm, iron resolve. Move! With that single word, the knights hurled themselves off the cliff at the edge of the passageway, ignoring the raging dragon entirely. The brief pause taken to assess the situation was instantly erased by their terrifying vertical dive. Alan, Leon, Alfrig, and Master Hedon, all of them executed it without the slightest hesitation. This is the dungeon. Thinking is pointless. Their backs seemed to say that, and I couldn't help but stare, eyes wide open. Lefia was the same, but unlike me, she didn't waste even a heartbeat before acting. The difference between us, the number of life-or-death battles she'd survived, and the experience of chasing those great predecessors was plain to see. While I was left behind in that brief instant of hesitation, Ryu, already shifting into descent posture, shouted back to me, "Follow me, Belle!" I followed. Casting aside shock, fear, and doubt, I hurled myself down after them straight into the kind of suicidal, brain-melting, gravity-loving vertical fall that 6 months ago would have made me pass out cold. Belle. In the split second after the floating sensation came the crushing pull of gravity dragging me straight down. My bangs whipped around, my insides lurched, and Hestia's voice from the oculus crystal shrieked in my throat's place. But I couldn't stop. There was no stopping this anymore. This freefall without a lifeline. I was running. Down a cliff so steep the word slope felt like an insult. Practically a vertical wall of crystal. Kicking off with all my might, slamming my feet against the slick surface, I mimicked the veterans ahead of me as best I could. I couldn't even scream, only ragged gasps slipped from my lips. The shaking vision, the pounding heartbeat, the sweat that burst out only to be ripped away by the wind, all of it, everything, was my enemy. I didn't have enough lives for this, but if I didn't push myself this far, I'd have no right to face those risking their lives in the defense teams. And more than anything, if I couldn't keep up with this, then reaching Aias and the others was nothing but a hopeless dream. So I acted. Adapted instantly, thought and body both. Every second, turning the unknown into the known, proving I could stand among the first-class adventurers. Compared to the battlefield of Folkvanger, this was nothing. Follow the footprints of the Knight of Knights. Watch him, let him guide you. Ryu's voice thundered even through the howling wind. Focusing my vision, I locked onto the figure in shining silver armor, the soles of Leon's heavy greaves carved deep footholds into. The cliff face, just as Ryu said. Those steps formed a trail and anchor for me and Lefia to follow. Even the way he moved, that unmatched running form, turned this suicidal descent into a lesson in motion itself, a guidepost to chase through the storm. Tsh! I heard a tongue click in my head. Or at least I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. Too lenient, too soft. That's what Master Hedon would have said, probably about to spit it out right now. I almost rolled my eyes and laughed out loud. But if I can joke like that, it means I'm still thinking clearly. Having the presence of mind to think meant I could finally take in what was happening around me. While keeping Leon's back in sight, I cast a quick glance over the entire city of water. Aisha, the main force is here. They're actually coming down the cliff like you said? The first thing I spotted was the magnificent great waterfall. And then, below dozens of Berbera warrior women locked in combat with the twin-headed dragon Amphisbena. Among them, the Amazoness warrior Lena pointed up toward us, her jaw dropping. The Amphisbena is rampaging in the basin of the great waterfall on the 26th floor. The 25th to 27th floors formed a massive, connected vertical cavern. The twin-headed dragon had made its nest right in the middle of it. Meanwhile, we were cutting through from the 25th floor, straight down toward the 26th, not a shortcut, but something even crazier. The lead group, Alan, Leon, and the others, were planning to go all the way to the 27th floor exit, the next stratum, in one shot. Damn it, no good. We can't lure it back into the maze. Why now of all times? Samira's frustrated voice echoed up as we plunged down 3 floors in one go. Normally, the proper strategy for fighting the Amphisbena was to lure it into a specific chamber behind the great waterfall, where stable footing existed. But since it was rampaging in this vast, open cavern, there was no way to build a proper pseudo-shaft route through the maze. The Berbera fighters had no choice but to face the floor boss head-on in this deadly open space. Could it be trying to block intruders from going deeper? If that's true, then we have no choice but to break through. Master Hedon and the others must have seen that in an instant. No. Maybe Alan's group had already planned this exact method of straight descent from the start. Once the support from the pseudo-shaft became impossible, they chose this suicidal path rather than wasting time. Get it, girls! Draw its attention to us! Wielding her massive Dao blade, Aisha roared and charged. Once the formation of the pseudo-shaft had collapsed, she'd immediately adapted, knowing full well that the main force would likely choose to descend the cliff directly. Down below, the basin glimmered with frozen islands. Ice magic and enchanted blades had created them. It was the same technique Welf and the others had bragged about using before, and now, those fractured glaciers became stepping stones. Using those precarious footholds, Aisha and the other Amazons launched their assault on the Amphisbena to cover us as we descended. But the dragon noticed. 2 heads, 4 eyes, 2 wide fields of vision. The left head, with its cold blue eyes, twisted serpent-like toward us. It had spotted the main force running straight down the cliff face toward the 27th floor passage. Don't let it fire! Aisha and the Berbera warriors screamed with every ounce of strength in their lungs. But realizing they couldn't reach us in time, the left head of the dragon opened its massive jaws wide within them, light condensed, the glare of blue napalm, its annihilating incendiary flame. The right head, its crimson eyes burning, countered the Amazon's desperate charge, spewing red mist to scatter their spells and protect its twin. Its rampage tore through the cavern like a living hurricane. Gah! Be bell that this is so bad! Hit by the blast of blue fire, the vanguard Alan and the others kicked their speed up another level. We did the same, smashing through every instinct to break, charging into a speed where one mistake meant death. My strained breathing, the dragon's roar, the Amazon's battle cries, all of it drowned out the godly voice crackling from the oculus. There, the passage. Hungering blade, Hippolyte Helkaios. The sound of a single violent slash tore through the air, followed by the death scream of the dragon. I saw it amid the seething heat over the water, its right head, severed in an instant, toppling away. But it wasn't enough. Even with one neck destroyed, the remaining cannon kept charging. The Amazons reached for it just a step too slow. I caught a glimpse of the blinding light swelling inside the dragon's left mouth. Oh! We hit the 27th floor bottom landing and rolling hard just before the tunnel entrance. By the time we looked up, the blue napalm had reached critical. There was no time left. The torrent of fire rushed toward us. Go! A wall of massive dwarven backs rose between us and the flames. Dulmul! The explosion of blue napalm met 4 colossal shields head-on. The world flashed blue and white. I could barely think, but I understood instantly who they were. The dwarves of the Loki Familia. They'd come charging out from the passage ahead to protect us. We stocked up on anti-flame potions and healers' meds. We're fine, damn it. So just go, Belle Crenelle. There was no way they were fine. Their shields were melting before my eyes, their skin blistered, burning. But Dulmul just smiled, sweat pouring down his face, and with the others beside him, shoved me forward with a roar. "Run, stupid rabbit!" Master Hayden's command never changed. Cruel in its consistency, it demanded that we keep moving forward. We, the bearers of the sword directive card, had to trust those with the shield to do their part. That was the promise of this mission. Ryu's hand seized mine, pulling me ahead, and I didn't resist. I clenched my free fist, faced forward, and ran, the weight of the invisible lifeline sash tightening around my chest. "Thank you!" That was all I could do, scream it with everything I had left. To the dwarves still holding back the dragon's inferno, to the Amazons who fought it head-on so we could survive. Even as I felt the heat and screams closing in behind me, the main force pushed forward, leaving the 27th floor behind. I gritted my teeth, forced more strength into my legs, and sprinted through the crystal tunnel leading to the 28th floor. "Belle, are you all right?" "Goddess. Once you clear the 27th, you'll reach the second relay point. Cassandra and her group are waiting there." The Oculus's voice finally came through clearly again, echoing through the pale blue cave. With my body, mind, and heart all burning in their own way, I fought to cool myself down. Stay calm. Think. We weren't even halfway to the 60th floor yet. If I wanted to live up to my master, I'd have to be colder than anyone else. The 28th floor, where the next group of healers awaited, was supposed to be a safe floor. While not completely free from monsters, their threat level dropped dramatically there. We were meant to rest, recover, and calm our racing hearts and bodies. But the next safe floor is bad. There's something totally unknown, some monster I've never seen before. Huh? Just as I was trying to steady myself, Hestia's voice veered in a direction I hadn't expected. Through the Oculus network, she must have seen what lay ahead. Her desperate tone, something she'd been trying to warn us about ever since the water capital, hit me like a slap to the face. But there was no time for answers. Before any explanation could reach us, the main force burst through the end of the tunnel. The dungeon's second paradise undergarden, the labyrinth's flower garden, was supposed to greet us. Instead, meteor swarm. What? The incantation, sounding like a death sentence, came with an overwhelming wave of magic. What I saw next froze me in place. A rain of black, glowing meteors crashing down from above. "Na-no-wai!" The obsidian fireballs brought total destruction. Explosions chained one after another. Shockwaves tore through the air. The area in front of the passage, obliterated by the bombardment, became a storm of debris and smoke. We threw ourselves aside, left, right, up, anywhere that wasn't there. Blown back, tumbled, scraped, but somehow we landed alive. No one had taken a direct hit. Even so, for the first time, the main force's advance came to a complete halt. "What is that?" When I looked up, I saw it looming over the crushed flower field stood a monster unlike anything I had ever seen. Oof-oof-oo, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Its lower body resembled a mass of plant-based horrors, like dozens of the man-eating flowers we'd faced in the Great Tree Labyrinth, all fused into one colossal form. Above that grotesque foundation was a female torso, absurdly small compared to its enormous lower half. A mature figure, short green hair that reached her shoulders, a face as beautiful as a goddess's, and yet that beauty only made her more horrific when paired with the inhuman plant-like body beneath. Her skin and hair were the color of verdant leaves, her eyes hollow and pupilless, filled only with a murky golden glow. I forgot how to breathe. Beside me, Lefia and the others stared daggers at the creature, muttering in bitter recognition. "Demi-spirit, the spirit's doppelganger." As if responding to the sound of its name, the massive creature before us curved its lips into a crescent smile. "A monster can really use magic?" The shock was undeniable. Just as Hestia had said, this monster was using magic. Incantations and spellcraft were the sacred domain of intelligent races, the legacy of elves and humans alone. It was the manifestation of wisdom, the very miracle that allowed us to oppose monsters at all. For such a creature to wield that same power, it wasn't just wrong, it was impossible. If we hadn't already been warned, I might have collapsed in despair at the sight. It's really showed up, that stuck-up demi bastard. We told you all the details before, but that thing'll spit out huge bombardments in no time flat. Even Finn and the others had a hell of a time with it. Loki's voice rang out from Lefia's oculus. I'd already heard the details of the demi-spirit directly from Lefia in the infirmary after I woke up. But hearing it again now, standing before the real thing, it was overwhelming. This wasn't just some monster. Calling it one almost felt insulting to the word itself. The safe floor was a ruin. The flower fields had been gouged apart, their petals scattered and burned to ash. The gigantic magic circle that launched the meteor swarm had scorched the wisteria lights hanging from the ceiling above. The serene, sky-like brightness of this sacred place had turned dim and ominous, like the twilight of an accursed dusk. The labyrinth's flower garden now little more than a graveyard. Ugh. The main force. I'm sorry. All around us, healers and adventurers lay sprawled, having barely survived the blast. Somehow they had endured the onslaught. Here and there, healing chants and soft restorative light began to rise. That's the enemy the Sword Princess fought? Ryu quickly assessed the situation, eyes fixed warily on the demi-spirit. So that was it, one of the foes that had annihilated Ias and her party. Why was it here? Were the man-eating flowers appearing because of this thing? I wanted to know, but there was no time. We couldn't rest or resupply until that thing was gone. The respawn rate's all wrong, too. This is a straight-up boss rush from hell. A strangled cry came from Hestia's end of the Oculus feed. As the last of the smoke cleared, the monster's gaze met ours directly. Come forth, O flame! The abominable being bearing the name of Spirit narrowed its eyes and began to sing. Blaze, 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 O vortex of flame, O crimson wall, O roaring conflagration, borrow the power of the winds and seal the world in fire. Burning land, burning sea, burning spring, burning mountain, burning life, turn all to scorched earth. Let wrath and sorrow resound as my tribute, the price of the hero I loved. A spell, and far too fast this was it, the ultra-rapid chanting Loki had warned about. The next volley was already coming. We have to stop it. Driven by urgency, I started to rush forward, but don't move, Rabbit. The shaft of a spear suddenly blocked my path, halting me mid-step. Beside me stood Alan, one hand gripping his silver spear, holding it horizontally to bar my way. He didn't even glance at me, just stared ahead, expression flat and bored. His unexpected restraint drew every eye. Even Lefia, who had begun her own chant to interrupt the enemy, paused. The Loki Familia, Ryu, Leon, all of them turned to him in confusion. The only one who seemed completely unfazed was my master, pushing his glasses up as if this were just another day. I smell iron. In front of my dazed eyes, the cat-person adventurer sniffed once, sharp and deliberate. It's here, isn't it? That thing. He spat the words like venom, seething with a barely contained rage born from humiliation remembered. In the name of my proxy, I command my name given. I am the fire spirit, salamander, incarnation of flame, flame queen. The incantation reached its climax. A vast magic circle formed, the monster smiling in delight as it prepared to unleash annihilation. And in the next instant, a shadow that had been creeping close burst from cover and thrust out a hand. Will-o-wisp! A deafening explosion. Gah! The giant magic circle detonated right in the creature's face, an immense self-destruct. The cause, an ignis fatuus of violent magical backlash. That technique. Welf! Kazuki! Burn! Even my shout of joy was drowned by Welf's roar as he brought his great blade down. A crimson blaze surged from behind him, engulfing the demi-spirit and setting it ablaze. Its flower-like lower body writhed in agony, the entire monstrous form thrashing as flames consumed it. All around, adventurers who had been shielding the healers raised their weapons in counterattack. Now! Finish it! Woo! At the command of the elf Luvis, elite adventurers charged from every direction. Half its body burned away, Throat scorched so it could no longer chant, the demi-spirit had no escape. Steel and arrows pierced it from all sides, and just as Alan had predicted, the monster was slain without ceremony. Welf's will-o-wisp, the anti-magic fire, a spell that disrupts mana itself, lethal to mages and monsters alike, a perfect magic killer. If monsters that could wield magic existed, this was their natural predator. That was why Alan and my master had been so calm. They knew Welf was on this floor. They defeated the demi-spirit without even needing the main force. First that war between factions, and now this. Bel Crenel and that Smith are insane. What is that Hestia Familia? The astonished cry came from an adventurer of the Loki Familia, half admiring, half indignant. Alan, who had suffered at the creature's hands before, merely clicked his tongue in disgust. I wanted to be proud of Welf, really. I did, but the chaos and smoke made it hard to even find words. Once I confirmed the demi-spirit had truly fallen silent, I ignored everything else and sprinted straight toward him. Ryu followed close behind. Whoa, Welf? Are you all right? I'm alive, but barely. Couldn't stop the first spell, so yeah, almost got myself roasted. He dropped to the ground with a heavy thud, sitting there with his legs splayed out, chest heaving as he gulped down air. The kimono-style spirit cloth he wore was scorched in several places. The words "almost died" clearly weren't an exaggeration. He must have been unable to block that. First, devastating blast of magic. Bel! Welf! And Ryu! Ah, Cassandra! As I wondered how to comfort Welf while he wiped the sweat from his jaw, Cassandra came running toward us, clutching her long staff to her chest. Just as Hestia had said, she was stationed on this floor, though the long, white-wrapped object she carried along with her staff caught my attention. I'll handle treatment for all three of you. Please hold still. She set the long item down, raised her staff, and began her chant. Even though her own face and shoulders were wounded, she ignored herself and continued, "So light." It felt rude even to compare, but her full-party healing was far stronger than Nina's. Our stamina was restored almost instantly, Welf's burns fading away as if they'd never been there. There are only a handful of level 3 healers in the whole city. Hearing that title wasn't just for show, she truly proved it. There isn't much time, so please, Ryu, take this. For me? Still flustered, Cassandra picked up the long, wrapped bundle she'd set aside and thrust it toward Ryu, who looked genuinely surprised to be addressed. I had another terrifying, awful, gut-wrenching prophetic dream, and it was so much like the nightmare I'd seen before. And I just know not all of them can be avoided. But I thought, this must be what I have to do. Tears welled as she spoke faster and faster. Even without listening closely, her words were all over the place, impossible to follow. She glanced between Ryu and me again and again, then murmured in a small, trembling voice, I'm really sorry, Belle, but my prophecy called it the bunny slaughter harem. The phrasing was so ominous that cold sweat broke out on my back. Ryu looked equally at a loss, uncertain whether to accept something that would only weigh her down. Her sky-blue eyes met mine. My back, my status felt faintly warm. I opened my mouth. Ryu, please accept it. I urged her myself. During our previous expedition, when I'd gone to save Ryu, Cassandra had given me Goliath's scarf. That piece of gear had saved me more times than I could count. I didn't have any proof, but I believed her feelings would protect us again. Touching the black muffler still around my neck, I said as much. Cassandra's eyes widened, then filled with tears as she called my name in a wavering voice. Ryu, who had been watching me, finally nodded. Understood, she said, and accepted the long, white-wrapped bundle. Cassandra bowed over and over while explaining it. Ryu listened intently, and I smiled faintly before glancing toward our mentor's group farther away. Other healers were working on Lefia and the Loki Familia, so departure would take a little more time. The adventurers who had fought the demi-spirit were treating wounds and standing guard under the elves' direction. Luvis and the other members of the Modi Familia were clearly the squad leaders here. commanding the Healer Guard unit, probably the same group that should have included Dormal and his comrades. Finally, catching his breath, Welf staggered to his feet. Damn it, my post was supposed to be higher up. Bell, this whole operation's insane. He started ranting, having apparently missed everything that just happened with Cassandra, and I couldn't help but laugh softly. Being thrown into a lower floor like this with no level boost as a plain level 2 really was a nightmare. Your magic'll be effective, huh? That damn Lily, changing my assignment like this? Lily? Come to think of it, do you know where she is, Welf? I hadn't seen her yet. When I asked, Welf shot me a dubious look. Lily's squeak stayed on the surface. Eh? I froze, caught completely off guard. A moment later, Hestia's flustered voice spilled out from the crystal. Ah, I forgot to mention that. Welf sighed, his expression turning sour again as he muttered with clear exasperation. She's the commander again this time. And the story rewinds. What is this? Faced with the sight before her, Lily muttered in a daze part mental breakdown, part desperate denial of reality. The location, the guild headquarters, first floor, the grand hall. Its temporary title, Operations Room. Rows of desks lined the space, stacked high with parchment reports. Guild receptionists, Ina and her colleagues now serving as controllers for the great operation to rescue the Loki Familia, had been anxiously awaiting Lilaruka's arrival. Miss Arda, we need your orders immediately. Fa? Directive from Hildersleff, she said. With both myself and that hero absent, you are to devote your entire being to maintaining the shaft line. What did you just say? In other words, the adventurers fighting in the dungeon unit leaders like Daphne and the other squad captains each carried a communication crystal, relaying real-time reports from the front. Send reinforcements! We're short on people. We're resting at the relay point. Patch the hole in our line. A flood of urgent requests poured in without pause. And the person responsible for handling that torrent, analyzing, deciding, and issuing orders in place of Hayden, the acting commander indispensable to this operation, was none other than Lilaruka Arda, age 15. A precious level 2 combatant, stuck safely on the surface as commander, doing nothing but give orders an easy, cushy desk job. Such divine mercy from Lord Hayden Selland. Like hell it is! Wah! She's already losing it before doing anything. Dragged bodily into the command chair by Aina and the others, Lily shouted at the top of her lungs. Tiny receptionist Misha yelped in alarm, but Lily didn't care in the slightest. Lilaruka Arde, directing the combined forces of Orario, minus the Loki Familia, along with the Academy troops, thousands under her command. The faction war was one thing, but this was an unwanted ultra-promotion straight into upper management hell. That damned elf, he's the devil himself. Slamming both fists on the desk, she spat out the same words she had once used during the faction war, but this time, the hatred behind them was orders of magnitude deeper. In her mind's eye, she could see that bespectacled demon, pushing his glasses up with a smug, "Now work, my little prum," and she burned with the urge to punch him right in the face and shatter those lenses to pieces. Where's Fells? He loves. This kind of thing, perfect chance for him to skulk around in the shadows. Who's Fells? We have no such adventurer here. Ah, right, that's the cover story, isn't it? That totally not suspicious black-robed creep, just you wait till later. Trying to beg the ex-sage for help only to be shut down by Aina, Lily growled like a cornered beast and scanned the room. Ganesha Familia, now reaching the 37th floor, supply units deployed as ordered by the Hildersleff staff. Mass outbreak of new monsters centered in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Shaft progress behind schedule. What? A floor boss? That's impossible. Bypass the boss and continue downward. Maintaining the shaft takes priority. Before the main force had even departed, the operations room had already become a maelstrom of chaos. Each receptionist's desk was equipped with a crystal communicator, the same device exposed during the faction war. An elf with pale violet hair scribbled down field reports from the defense squads. A human relayed information about the irregulars to the entire room. A young raccoon girl, a guild clerk and student from the Academy's general education course, panicked at a boss sighting, and a beautiful werewolf woman snatched her communicator to bark firm tactical orders. This was no longer a peaceful guild hall. It was another battlefield, one on the surface, and Lily could feel every muscle in her face twitch as she stared at the pandemonium. Ard, we'll support you however we can. Please, we need your help. Help Belle and the others. Help the adventurers. Please! Aina clasped her hands and pleaded, and Misha and the other receptionists joined in. By trade, they were all tidy, beautiful-looking receptionists, and Liliruka, who always felt self-conscious about her short stature, choked on her words as the girls' earnest faces pressed on her. This operations room was one of the critical nodes that would decide the success of the city's largest operation to rescue the Loki Familia. Of course, she didn't want that responsibility. Of course, she wanted to run away, but she also knew she couldn't. Hedon had named her specifically. If Liliruka Ard, dubbed the Little Marshal, was to demonstrate her full capability, this battlefield was where she had to do it. She really didn't want to do it. If Belle and the others weren't involved, she'd happily abandon it all. All right, enough. You don't have to tell me I know. Helping Belle and the others is basically all I can do. Arda! Tell me everything about the situation so far, from adventurer intel to deployments, everything. Aina couldn't hide her smile as she nodded, then, together with Misha, slammed a mountain of paperwork on the desk. Liliruka's face twitched, but she slapped her cheeks once with both hands and, ahead of Belle and company, started her own fight. And now, the present. The shaft up to floor 17 is to be released. Any viable forces, especially level 2 and up, advance to floor 18. Relevant academy students will follow. What? You're going to lift the shaft that far already? But this is the Hilderslef's plan. Shut up. I'm the commander now, so I'll do things my way. Obey. Me. Wah! Everyone, we're proceeding to floor 18. Dismissing Misha's objections like a tyrant and driving off the whining, Liliruka made the unilateral call to change the rally point for Belle's return from floor 1 to floor 18. Given the shortest path constraints, the artificial labyrinth Knossos can't be used on the outbound leg, but can be ignored on the return. If they take the time, they can get back safely to the surface from floor 18. With that, powerful forces such as Mikoto and Uka could be sent to lower floors. Hedon would probably call Liliruka's decision correct after the fact. You should have noticed without being told, the tyrant with glasses would say, but that didn't stop Liliruka from grinding her teeth at the thought. All these orders are for Belle and the others. Above all, I'll squeeze every last bit of strength out of what we have. From the Great Tree Labyrinth, enemy forces that drove Loki to the brink have been confirmed. From floor 19, it's hell. Apologies to Mikoto and the others, but every freed-up force would be poured into the lower layers. Mikoto's squad would reinforce Daphne, and Daphne's group would dash onward to the next layer. It's a pump-style operation. No amount of manpower is ever enough. Like the grumbling Welf, Liliruka wouldn't shy away from drastic redeployments. The dungeon is a treasure chest of irregularities. It's wise to prepare backups by the dozen, otherwise this rescue won't succeed. I'll give this everything I've got. Everyone, fight like your life depends on it. Okay. Eyes burning, Liliruka strode with grim determination, and Aina and the other receptionists reached out in solidarity. Under Hayden's command, the party departed at once. From here on, the terrain changed into the jungle canyon, starting at the 29th floor. At Welf's request, Belle kept the crimson short-bladed magic sword at his side, the same one given by Hestia before their journey to the Dragon's Valley, forged reluctantly but carefully by Welf himself. Belle had barely used it before, but now he secured it tightly at his waist as a charm and final trump card. The march through the dense canyon began at full speed. Following Hedon's orders, the elite formation ignored the usual tunnels and climbed high into the towering trees, sprinting along massive branches straight toward the next passageway. It was the same reckless ingenuity they had used to descend the cliff earlier. The sky above the canopy teemed with winged monsters Gale Terrace, but the defense squad positioned ahead incinerated them with prepared magic. The team maintained maximum momentum, leaping from trunk to trunk, with no proper pseudo-shaft for support. According to Hestia's remote briefing, from the lower floors onward, the dungeon's size expands far beyond reason. Even if every adventurer in Orario joined in, we couldn't build a continuous shaft network through all official routes. Hence the improvisation. Speed mattered more than formation. Hedon's strategy demanded flexibility to adapt instantly rather than cling to perfect structure. The top priority, the main party reaching its goal unscathed and in the shortest possible time. The return route, he explained, would be the opposite. The defense squads stationed at each level could merge with the returning party as they climbed back, forming new chains of support. In that sense, the roughness of the current shaft system made sense. It was built for progress, not perfection. The advance squad, clear the path, shoot down every monster that approaches. Leon, don't let the dungeon outpace you. By now, only level 3 elites or level 4 veterans could hold the line as defenders. Among them were familiar faces, not only those who had ranked up after the war game, but even instructors from the academy. With their support, Bell's team blitzed through the 32nd floor in what felt like moments. A roar filled the comms. Whoa, whoa, whoa! After that huge jungle comes a desert! Shut it, shrimp! From the 33rd floor onward stretched a new domain, the desert labyrinth, Sandland. As the name suggested, it was a vast, endless desert. No maze-like tunnels, just an open expanse of golden sand, rolling dunes, and the occasional twisted cactus-like plant. Overhead, a colossal red crystal shone like a sun, baking everything below in suffocating heat that felt impossible for an underground world. The entire region was a single open field, a straight shot from the southern entrance to the northern passage. Simple in shape, but absolutely merciless in nature. The loose sand swallowed their steps, making every stride a battle. Monsters erupted from the ground without warning, turning the entire floor into a living minefield of ambushes. Worse, mana-infused mirages shimmered across the landscape, bending perception, twisting direction, a cruel trap that only veterans or those with special gear could overcome. It was said that even seasoned adventurers often lost their way and their lives here. But for Bell and the main host, it was another obstacle crushed underfoot. The main squad's here! Should I fire the flare, or maybe unleash the sound of my burning heart, fire inferno flame explosion? No? Then hear me roar the blazing spirit of steel itself. Behold, the bridge of ice. Shut up, Ibiri! In unison, the frontliners shouted down the excitable mage of the Ganesha Familia as she and her unit unleashed their combined spell. Dozens of ice mages chanted in harmony, and in the next instant, an immense line of frozen magic carved through the desert. A colossal, uneven bridge of solid blue ice rose across the dunes, a highway through the inferno. Bell's squad charged forward without hesitation. Monsters burst from the sands or lunged from the sides, but the ice bridge gave them footing and direction. Even if parts of it shattered under assault, the adventurers leapt from block to block as if dancing, soaring forward. Compared to the cliff descent or the jungle crossing, this was practically easy. Rare monsters like basilisks and hordes of man-eating flowers attacked, but Ganesha Familia, running parallel along the iceway, blasted them to ash. The desert itself had been transformed into a glittering blue path, a frozen shaft, gleaming under a crimson sun. Had it not been a battlefield, Bell would have stopped just to marvel at the beauty. But even he could tell, this kind of grand-scale tactic could only exist in an operation of this magnitude. The city of heroes, Orario, truly unbelievable. The rest is up to you, Draim party. Even inside the dungeon, Ibirus's magically amplified voice thundered through the air. Bell raised his thumb in acknowledgement and pressed on. Floors 34 and 35 fell the same way, cleared without pause. The massive Ganesha Familia, Orario's largest host, showed its full might in support. Finally came the 36th floor, where the blazing sun above abruptly gave way to a frigid night desert. The brutal temperature shift could have killed a normal person, But the advanced adventurers simply pushed through, passing the oasis resting zone without stopping. The unrelenting advance continued, deeper and deeper toward the true deadline. The deep floors, the 37th floor, the White Palace, that merciless labyrinth that had once driven both him and Ryu to the brink of death. Now they were back. Lefia, are you okay? Ha, ha. Don't mind me. Keep going. I'll keep up no matter what. Belle's lungs burned. Even he was gasping now. But Lefia and the other level 4s were drenched in sweat, their stamina pushed to its limits. The distance they'd run from the surface first through 36th floor was beyond comprehension. They had sprinted through the widening lower strata, without rest, without pause, maintaining first-tier speed the entire time. It was a suicidal marathon through hell. No one could be blamed for collapsing. Yet Lefia refused to falter. Her resolve blazed brighter than the exhaustion clouding her eyes. So did the others of the Loki Familia, the greatest expeditionary force in Orario. No matter how winded they were, they refused to fall behind. Their arms pumped, legs screamed, and yet every one of them kept running, eyes lit with unshakable purpose. Seeing the black-haired youth among them, his expression unwavering, Belle swallowed his doubt. These were not just famous adventurers, they were legends still fighting to live up to their name. "Where's the gale?" Alan barked from the front. "Turn right ahead, a dead-end chamber," Ryu called back. They veered sharply, skidding across smooth white stone. Belle recognized the space. This was the same room where he and Ryu had once found their path to survival. Alan's group quickly unearthed a cluster of quartz-like crystals embedded in the far wall and shattered them open. A staircase appeared, spiraling down into the depths below. "They're using the underground stream as a shortcut." As they poured down the steps, Ryu turned to Belle mid-stride, her teal eyes glinting. Belle nodded with a crooked grin, their unspoken memory shared. At the base waited the clear blue corridor of flowing water, the azure path. The sacred underground river they'd once crawled through, bloodied and desperate, now became a lifeline for the entire host. The Ganesha lot really did it. Supplies are all here. In that chaos, I'm impressed. Grare, toss me a potion. Here. The sound of running water was calm, almost too gentle for a place so deep in the dungeon. Ahead, stacked high in the tunnel's corner, were countless wooden crates, medical and support items left behind by the Ganesha Familia days earlier. This was their third relay point, a hidden supply base where no healer's presence was required. Belle exhaled, recognizing it instantly. This was the same secluded cavern he and Ryu had stumbled into during their doomed struggle against the juggernaut. A hidden safety zone, undetected even by the guild until Fells had verified its security later. "Even when I first heard about this place, I couldn't believe it existed," said one dwarf. "An uncharted area right under our noses." Quite the discovery. "Well done, boy." "Ha ha ha." Thank you," Belle stammered, smiling awkwardly as he took a potion from Alfrig. Beside him, Ryu's pointed ears twitched red as she glanced toward the flowing blue light of the river. Because this very spot, this hidden hollow, was where they had once clung to life, half naked and half dead in each other's arms. "Why are you acting so fidgety?" No reason," Belle squeaked. As the others noisily tended to supplies, only the two of them burned with private embarrassment. At the stream's edge, Lefia knelt down, her delicate hands scooping up the cool, pure water to her lips. The rippling glow reflected in her eyes as she drank, silent, determined, readying herself for what lay below. The respite wouldn't last. Next awaited the deep floors beyond salvation. Her amber hair, damp with sweat and clinging to her flushed cheeks, was brushed back behind her ear, a gesture so graceful and mature that it made my heart skip a beat. But I didn't have the luxury of being flustered right now. I quickly turned away from her puzzled gaze, crouched down a bit away from everyone, and plunged my entire face into the stream. The cool water soothed my overheated head. I gulped down a few mouthfuls, letting out a satisfied sigh as I slowly opened my eyes. Belle. Bwah! Only for a beautiful mermaid to appear before me as if rising from the depths. so close our lips could have touched. The smiling girl Mari, the Xenos mermaid, beamed at me, and I choked, blowing a spray of bubbles right into her face. Pwah! Cough, cough, Mamari! Why are you here? Black-robed Fells told me, said if I waited in this stream I could meet Belle. I shot upright, sputtering, and quickly looked around in panic. Lefia and the others on the shore hadn't noticed. After confirming that, I lowered my voice and whispered. Mari, only poking her head slightly out of the water, giggled innocently like a mischievous little girl, then leaned close to my ear and whispered softly. Hearing that Fells had sent her made everything click. After I'd given Fells the information about the Azure Path, he and Leto had decided to make this place a Xenos hideout. Mari must have been brought here by them, now serving as one of the sanctuary's guardians. Mari, what about Vina and the others? Leto and the rest? They're gone, a long time ago. Went further down below. I'd already asked Goddess Hestia on the way, but even so they really were deeper down. The Xenos had joined Loki Familia's expedition and were now part of the rescue mission. I couldn't help but worry. The crystal link we'd given them wasn't connecting anymore. Were Vina and Leto really okay? Belle, here. Mari gazed up at me, eyes clear and kind, and held out something in both hands. A small vial filled with a crimson liquid that shimmered like a jewel of the sea. Wait. This is your blood, Mari? Mm-hmm. I wanted to give it to Belle. The mermaid's blood, a rare drop item. It holds incredible healing power, capable of completely restoring wounds and stamina. Whether it was given to her by Leto's group or something she'd found herself in the Water City, I didn't know. But this vial, prepared at the cost of her own body, was proof of Mari's devotion. I accepted it gently and held it tightly in both hands. Do your best, Belle. The one I love. Whether she understood the danger we were walking into or not, Mari's eyes shimmered with emotion, and then, chew. She leaned forward and kissed me softly on the cheek. I froze. Mari smiled one last time, then slipped gracefully back into the stream, the bride of the Water City returning to her home beneath the current. All that was left behind was me, turned into a red-faced statue. Belle! I jolted so hard my shoulders jumped, turning stiffly toward the voice. Ryu was standing right beside me, looking down without a single hint of expression. She definitely saw it. Still half-crouched by the water's edge, I could feel the liquid I'd just drunk pouring out of me again as cold sweat. Ryu stared at me for a moment, then sighed quietly and extended her hand. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. I could practically hear the exasperated sigh from Hestia echo through the oculus as well. With that, the main force resumed its advance. The underground waterway was a straight path, no chance to get lost. Ryu and I had been forced to enter this place from the collapsed Colosseum, but Fells and the others had already found the official exit during their investigation. Following the gods' guidance, we quickly left the Azure Path behind. Breaking through the quartz-like mineral wall led us into the Hall of Warriors. This area lay between the second and third circular walls, close to the Colosseum. From here, we only needed to move toward the throne room inside the first wall, where the passage to the next floor waited. The White Palace consisted of 5 massive circular walls. Thanks to the Azure Path, we had bypassed 3 of them entirely, a massive shortcut that also saved the defense team's countless manpower and time in maintaining the vertical shaft. Oh! Goo! The Ganesha Familia, stationed in advance, held the line, forming a defensive pseudo-shaft and smashing back waves of Spartoi and Lizardman elites monsters that had given me endless trouble before. This was the deep floors. Even the enemies here were terrifyingly strong. But seeing how the Ganesha Familia concentrated their forces on this narrow route from the Hall of Warriors to the throne room, the sense of security they provided was overwhelming. Everything was going smoothly, or so I wanted to believe. But the memories of the 37th floor, of how that place had broken me once before, refused to let me feel at ease. And almost as if to confirm that unease, The entire floor began to tremble. The epicenter was still distant, yet the vibrations reached us clearly through the ground. Ryu, Lefia, and I all grimaced as a deep, chilling howl echoed through the palace. It was the sound of something immense, letting out its first monstrous cry. "Hayden, on the 37th floor, the floor boss has appeared." Lily's voice came sharply through Master Hayden's oculus. The air around him running just ahead of me instantly turned so sharp it felt dangerous to breathe near him. Every member of the main force fell silent, and even the Ganesha Familia surrounding us couldn't hide their shock. Before we could fully process the situation, we had already reached the throne room. Oh! In the center of that enormous chamber, wide and tall beyond measure, something vast had risen. A colossal black skeleton, its lower body buried in the ground. It towered roughly 10 meters high, twin sockets burning with eerie blue fire, and beneath its neck, suspended between ribcage and sternum, floated a massive magic stone. The solitary king of the 37th floor labyrinth, its floor boss, the monster rex known as Eudeus. Gah! You've got to be kidding me, you bastard Gah! The moment we recognized the boss, the Ganesha Familia members maintaining the pseudo-shaft inside the room were obliterated in a single swing of that blackened arm. Eudeus's power was at least level 6. Even a first-tier adventurer at level 5 couldn't survive a direct hit, let alone a level 4, and to be caught off guard by something that wasn't supposed to spawn that was fatal. What the hell happened to the spawn interval? At the time of the amphisbena, it was already clear that thinking about it was pointless, Devalen replied calmly to Alan's frustrated curse. The unease that had been building ever since the lower floors had finally come to a head. The spawn intervals were completely broken. Was the dungeon itself trying to stop the Loki Familia's rescue? Ah! Having finished slaughtering the Ganesha Familia vanguard, Eudeus turned its blazing eye fires on us. There was no escaping this. The skeletal king's signature attack, the reverse pile, was already stirring. I remembered that horrible move all too well. Sharp, bone-like spikes erupting from the ground, the same kind the skull sheep used, but now covering the entire chamber. The attack shot up from beneath our feet, stabbing in every direction with murderous precision, denying all freedom of movement. Even trying to circle around that massive body would only get us skewered by the countless piles erupting like black spears from the earth. And before I could even finish that thought, thud, 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 thud. Behind us and at the far exit of the chamber, walls of those black spikes shot up, sealing both paths. Our retreat was gone. There was no time left to fear this new terror of the deep floors. Surrounded by a forest of obsidian spears, I felt the sweat slide down my cheek. If we wanted to move forward, we had no choice but to kill Eudeus. Shh! Master Hedon clicked his tongue, his sharpest of the day, as the carefully laid plan was completely shattered. The attacks by the new species, like the man-eating flowers, those kinds of irregularities that don't break the dungeon's rules, were surely within expectations. But a worst-case consecutive boss rush of floor masters? That kind of violation of the dungeon's laws was something even Master Hayden hadn't predicted. It wasn't just unfair, it was cheating after the fact. The anger radiating from my master was frightening to the point of freezing the air, but I understood how he felt. We'll have to accept the loss in time and bring it down as fast as possible. Even if the main force suffered casualties if we didn't, the plan couldn't be rebuilt. Just as I reached for the goddess's knife, ready to join Alan and the others as they raised their weapons and bloodlust filled the air. "Has your plan fallen apart, Hedon?" A single knight stepped forward, as if to stop us all. "If so, I'll take care of it." He didn't wait for permission. As though he already knew what Master Hedon's answer would be, the knight Leon leapt into the fray. Alan, Devalen, and I could only stare wide-eyed. The floormaster stirred, its massive bones creaking in response. A reckless leap, placing Leon barely 15 meters away from Eudeus itself, close enough to draw all of the monster's hatred and attention to himself alone. Resound, remnant light thus speaks the 12th seat of valor. Without even drawing the long sword on his back, he cast a reinforcement spell. that was the trigger for battle. For a mere adventurer to perform magic in front of it, no. To declare war in its presence, the skeletal king would tolerate no such defiance. Oh! A terrifying barrage of reverse piles, 44 skewers of bone from every direction, front, back, left, right. The knight cut them all down with sword strokes faster than the eye could follow. Our strategist is stingy when it comes to resource management. His golden lion-hued blade wove a barrier of light and slashes. Too fast to see, but the blade itself couldn't endure such power. Therefore, one strike is all it takes. After cutting through 20 of the bone spears, his one-handed sword shattered, but the scattering motes of light instantly reformed into twin blades. When those twin blades had finished cleaving the remaining 24 spikes, they too burst apart, and from the fragments formed a radiant battle axe. Trial 1 Persil, Trial 2 Gavel, both cleared. Trial 3 Darbazal, released. He summoned the third weapon of the 12 blades of the round. Ah! A chill ran down my spine. The scene was too familiar, so much that goosebumps prickled my skin. That proud, unyielding back, it made my heart tremble. Beside me, Lefia's blue eyes widened in the same shock. Perhaps this is a fitting opportunity, the knight said, to see how far I have come, how close I've drawn to who I once was. The skeletal king, overwhelmed, couldn't comprehend the meaning of his defiant words, that litany of vows carved into battle. As if to drive away its first taste of fear, the black-boned giant swung its massive arm, and in answer, the knight gathered the light axe upon his back and spoke. Before the hill is severed, before the castle is cut, down, before the dragon is slain first, I'll butcher you, floor boss. The swing of his arm released a single flash. Residual light. The brilliant radiance seared itself into my eyes, and deep in my heart, I whispered. A torrent of light painted everything vivid and bright. It annihilated the distance, blew away the monster's mighty arm, and sliced through Eudaeus, freezing even time itself. The lion's shining strike erased the floor boss's upper body with its death scream, shattering even the magic stone protected within the ribcage armor, and reducing it to nothing in the storm of brilliance. The towering walls of the massive chamber, and even the reverse pikes sealing off the exits, were obliterated along with it, leaving behind only drifting ashes. The weapon of light vanished from the knight's hand, its duty fulfilled. Ooh-ah! Holy crap! Overcome by awe and excitement, I lost all control, shouting like a lunatic. Master kicked me. Alan, Alfrig, Devalin, Burling, and Greer all kicked, punched, and elbowed me, and still I screamed. Beside Ryu, who stood frozen in shock, and Lefia, who clutched her trembling chest, I cheered toward the sight before me, toward that unbelievable feat. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. A floor boss felled in a single strike. That's the Knight of Knights, a true hero of the present age. If it's with Professor Leon, with everyone, we can make it. We can reach Aias and the others. Like a child reunited with the hero from their favorite fairy tale, my cheeks flushed bright red, and tears nearly welled up as I gazed upon that radiant hope. Unbelievable! The goddess Hestia screamed exactly like her child of a follower. The underground temple erupted in cheers at the sight projected through the crystal sphere. Freya, seated elegantly in her chair, clapped with an unfeigned smile. Hephaestus muttered, "You're so loud, Hestia," yet couldn't hide her own excitement. Balder watched calmly beside them, and Loki pursed her lips in frustration. Among them all, Hermes' eyes sparkled brighter than anyone's. I see it, clear as day. The backs of Zeus and Hera themselves. The two great familias that once reigned over Orario heroes who had claimed the title of the strongest in every era. And now, the heroes of this generation were drawing near to them, for even among gods, a floor boss defeated in one blow was nearly unthinkable. To slay Eudaeus in a single strike, that's something only the legendary Maxim or the warrior Zald ever did. Ha! My eyes beat that so-called weakest of the four kings, Eudaeus, all by herself, and at level 5 too. Ain't such a big deal. Don't start a rivalry, Loki. And besides, you ever hear of anyone in Zeus's bunch soloing a floor boss? Guild's got no record of it. Bet it's just a tall tale. Zeus and Hera were always so sloppy they probably never bothered reporting it. Their children didn't seem to care much either, Hephaestus sighed. As Hermes continued to heap praise, Loki's competitive spirit flared. Hestia groaned in exasperation, and Hephaestus shook her head, reminiscing about the old days. I wish I could tell your past self this, that through your frustration and yearning, your future self has finally arrived there. Congratulations, Leon. Only Balder, Leon's own god, watched the knight's side profile without pride or arrogance, simply offering quiet blessing. Fascinating display, Freya said sharply, eyes narrowing as she looked upward. But Uranus, how far do you plan to let this go? All these irregularities, these blatant breaches of rule? How long will you overlook the dungeon's malice? Her voice cut through the noisy clamor of celebrating gods. The piercing accusation in her gaze made the high-seated Uranus close his eyes in silence. Rather than calling it malice, Uranus said slowly, it would be more accurate to say, the dungeon is unsettled. It wasn't exactly a defense, but his words were measured, chosen carefully. Never in this past millennium has such a massive number of adventurers invaded the dungeon all at once. So it's panicking? Hestia tilted her head. And in its confusion, it's forcefully spawning stronger monsters? Precisely, it believes it's being attacked before the promised time has come. The old god's nod carried a strange gravity, the kind that only gods could sense. Of all those present, only Uranus, still offering his silent prayers, could truly grasp the dungeon's will and the subtle shifts of its temperament. The worst back-to-back boss rush, was it? He murmured. Opening his eyes at last, his gaze deep and endless, like the sky fell upon the adventurers below. He watched Bel and his companions move onward, sharing their spare supplies with the fallen members of the Ganesha Familia before pressing forward once more into the depths. Thanks to Professor Leon's brief but brilliant performance, we safely broke through the 37th floor. In doing so, we inadvertently set a new personal depth record and advanced into the 38th floor. The White Palace exists only on the 37th floor, so from here on the environment changes completely. But before we can even start worrying about new dangers or discoveries, a completely unexpected sight jumps into view. Finally, you're here. Hey, hurry it up already. Standing there are the dog person Lulun and the rest of the Hermes Familia Aga, right beside a group of winged wyverns. I'm stunned. This isn't just water and oil, this is water and gunpowder. Why are adventurers and monsters lined up together instead of fighting? Goo, gwa. Wait, that voice. Stone Dragon Grow. He's here too? There's Xenos. All those monsters over there, they're Xenos. And gross. What is that suspicious growling supposed to be? You're making it more obvious. Whoa. Hold on, don't attack. Remember what was in Hayden's battle plan? These wyverns are your ride to get you past this area. As Lulun throws up her hands in a panic, she desperately tries to calm down Lefia and the others, who were ready to draw their weapons on instinct. Now that she mentions it, Hestia had said something about transport waiting ahead, but still. Long story short, these monsters have been tamed by the Ganesha Familia, so that's the story we're going with. They've been totally broken in and trained, so even without their tamers present, they can be ridden freely. Really? Yeah, that explanation has some holes in it. Tamed monsters are only supposed to obey their own tamers. That completely contradicts common sense. Tame! Stop that noisy chanting. You're going to blow your cover. The wyverns start bellowing, tame, as if they understand what's going on, and I start panicking hard enough to sweat. Then, through the crystal communication, Hestia whispers frantically, Bel, do something about this. Do something how? Flustered, I glanced toward Lefia and the others, only to see them sigh. The Xenos. We know about the talking monsters. Eh? Yeah, we know. Of course. Why do you sound surprised? You're the one out of the loop. Eh? Both Hestia and I let out a stupid sound of surprise at the same time. But thinking about it now, it makes sense. Ace had already seen me with Vina back in Daedalus Street, so naturally the entire Loki Familia would know by now. As for Alfrig and the others from the Freya Familia, well, apparently Lady Freya had ordered an investigation into me, and during that process they'd gotten information from Hermes himself, probably while digging through the whole Xenos versus Hunters incident, so they'd known all along too. Investigation into my background? That sounds terrifying. Ugh! Come on! So we did all this acting for nothing, Hermes? Lulun throws her head back and covers her face with a hand, lamenting in exasperation, while the rest of the Hermes Familia start grumbling as well. Then, from the crystal relay, the voice of the god himself echoes through. Well, yeah, Hermes' voice said through the crystal. But remember, there are folks from the academy here who don't exactly know about our special circumstances, right? Ah, every single one of us, me, Lefia, Lulun and her party, even Gross and the other Xenos, turned to look in the same direction. Professor Leon, who had been quietly listening the whole time, paused for a moment, then gave a small shrug. Let's pretend I didn't hear any of that. It was the perfect adult answer. Sweat broke out all over me, and I nearly collapsed in relief. Lefia looked just as awkward, clearly realizing how reckless we'd been. Professor Leon chuckled at our reactions, his shoulders shaking slightly in amusement. When I was a child, I used to admire dragon knights. It's good to see that dream finally fulfilled. And I once heard a rumor, 16 years ago, about talking monsters. He muttered that last part almost to himself. I wanted to ask more, but now wasn't the time. The Hermes Familia were holding the passageway, scratching the walls and sealing the only exit as they desperately fought off a wave of monsters. Under our master's sharp gaze, we hurried to make our preparations. All the Xenos who'd come were winged types, mostly wyverns. Each could only carry 2 riders at most. Ryu and Lefia rode together. Alfrig and his brothers, being prums, paired up 2 per wyvern. My master and Alan each insisted on riding alone. It was hard to tell whether that was arrogance or just bad chemistry between them. Probably both. For the record, Alan had, initially, declared, "I'll go on my own 2 feet," but after a calm, "Alan?" came through the goddess's voice, he immediately caved. It wasn't Seer's voice which surprised me, but somehow it made perfect sense. That leaves me with you, Gross. Forgive me, boy. My back isn't the most comfortable surface. Worried about his stone body, Gro lowered his head slightly, but I shook mine and smiled. Not at all. I'm just happy you came to help us. Thank you, Gross. Then hold on tight. We fly. Baring his fangs in what almost looked like a grin, Gross let me wrap my arms around his thick neck. Then, with effortless strength, he lifted us both into the air and accelerated in an instant. Good luck out there! Don't overdo it, Asfi. With the cheers of Lulun and the Tigerman Fargar ringing behind us, we soared over the blocked passageway that had been held by adventurers serving as walls and shields. Gro and I led the formation, followed by the wyverns one after another. Come to think of it, Gro, you're all right then. Indeed. During the Loki Familia's expedition, my post was on the 50th floor, but I received orders from the black-clad fells through the crystal oculus. He instructed me to lend you my strength. The Xenos' ability to fly was nothing short of revolutionary. Not only did it preserve our stamina, it allowed us to cross the enormous dungeon literally at flying speed. Compared to the upper levels, the deep floors had passageways and ceilings vast enough to make this possible. Especially along the main routes, the open spaces were large enough for full aerial travel. In other words, this kind of flying through the dungeon maneuver would be impossible anywhere above the lower floors. Only from this depth onward could it even work at all. With support from the Loki Familia, especially Gross, who had been fighting on the 50th floor to cover Lefia and the others' retreat, he gathered every winged Xenos he could find. Their designated rendezvous point was the 38th floor. After weighing every factor, that was the conclusion my master and the others must have reached. Shouting to make myself heard over the slicing wind, I called out the question that had been burning inside me since earlier, the same one I had asked Mari. What about Vina and the others? If the broken transmission was true, The lizard man Rito and his group went below the 50th floor. They went to rescue those left behind, and to help the Loki Familia. My arms tightened around Gross's thick neck. I couldn't stop worrying about Ice, about Vina, about all of them. The fear wouldn't fade, but I knew Gross felt the same. Instead of rushing to rejoin Rito and the others, he had waited here, trusted us. For this friend who had believed in us, I had to keep going and save everyone ahead. Gross, can you still fly faster? Forget about me, just go all out. Very well, don't regret it. With a roar that shattered the air, Grow accelerated as if punching a hole through the sky itself. Monsters on the ground gawked upward in shock as the Xenos flight squad streaked past, leaving behind every fireball and whip-like tendril hurled their way. Belle Crenelle, you probably know already, but from here on the pseudo-shaft route breaks apart. The defense teams below will cover you. Make sure they don't let you get shot down. From the deep floors onward, where each level stretched wider than the entire city of Orario itself, there could be no continuous shaft route. There simply weren't enough level 4 adventurers or higher to repel the monsters that spawned here. That was why, from this point forward, the defense teams focused solely on securing an aerial corridor. Each party was stationed at key points along the main route, taking down monsters capable of long-range attacks or massive aerial threats. Combined with the Xenos flight squad, this new network of shafts would drastically shorten our travel time. It wasn't a safe journey by any means, but it felt like riding the wind itself. We flew past the 39th floor's underbridge of ash, a waypoint not designated as a safety zone. Then the 40th floor's domain, the graveyard of giants. Then onward, beyond the 44th floor, through the Crimson Mountains. All of them vanished beneath us in a blur of speed. Of course, danger came again and again, especially in the Crimson Mountains, where explosive fire magic from monsters like flame rocks rained down, and a colossal beast called Vermilion nearly caught us mid-air. Until, go on ahead, Belle! Van! Van and the Einherjar leapt into action, their blades cleaving through the Vermilion and clearing the path. Don't lose your nerve over something this small. If you show me that pathetic face again, I'll drag you back to Folkvanger and beat the fight back into you myself. Yes, sir. I hate you more than anyone, boy. The one I'll crush isn't the monster, it's you. Don't forget that. Keeping pace with the flying Grow and the wyverns, Van moved faster than sight, cutting down every monster that dared approach us. His shouted insults and encouragement hit me like fire, and I answered him over and over just like I had back when I was Belle Crenelle of the Freya Familia. Take care of Hogni for me. Adar should be fine. Others, like Lask and Remilia, unleashed magic and tore apart swarms of man-eating flowers. No matter what came at them, they destroyed it all. Even though teamwork wasn't their strong suit, they obeyed one rule perfectly to protect us. Rough, wild, but absolutely resolute, the Einherjar of Freya moved with such overwhelming might that I couldn't help but tremble in awe. Everything that happened in the garden might have been nothing more than a false bond. But that bond, those feelings were now transforming into something real, something far more precious. That's what I felt deep inside. Keep moving forward. Captain Shakti is waiting for you. Professor Leon, don't lose to those adventurers out there. The combined effort of the Freya Familia, the Ganesha Familia, and the upper faculty of the Academy, 3 of Orario's strongest organizations, formed the most powerful pseudo-shaft yet, carrying us safely out of the volcanic maze. And then beyond the point where the last defenders of the shaft were stationed, lay the 49th floor, a single, colossal chamber stretching endlessly into the dark, the great wasteland of Moitra. What is that? The desolate landscape, worthy of the name Wasteland, opened before us, and my eyes were stolen by the sight that dominated it. Far beyond the swirling gray dust and sandstorms, something enormous was rampaging. Its every roar shattered the air. Each swing of its titanic arms sent tremors tearing through the cracked earth, shaking loose stones from the unseen ceiling above like a rain of debris. And as the haze of ash began to clear, its true form emerged. It was a one-eyed giant. Its neck was long, so long it almost seemed draconic. I couldn't even tell if giant was the right word for it. Its limbs were twisted and grotesque, its skin split by jagged white spikes jutting out like exposed bone. The body beneath was unnaturally swollen, its lower half supported by strange, jointed appendages that looked half like the legs of an insect, half like those of a creature from the deep sea. The proportion was impossible, its torso alone easily 10 meters tall, dwarfing even the Eudeus of the 37th floor. The resemblance to that skeletal monarch was clear, the lower half buried in the ground, but this monster was larger still. Its entire form was ash gray, and set in the center of its face one vast crimson eye, glowing with ruin. "The floor boss, Baylor," Ryu whispered, her voice carried away by the dry wind. Amid a vast carpet of gray dust and ash, the sovereign of this layer stood alone. We all knew what had to come next. We'd need every bit of strategy and strength we had to even think about bringing that thing down. But before any of us could even begin to plan, my eyes caught something that made me question my own vision. I wanted to rub them to make sure I wasn't imagining it, but clinging to Gross's back made that impossible. Because on that battlefield of despair, a small shadow so small compared to the giant was standing against it. Ah! The floor boss's roar thundered through the wasteland, its claws and bone spikes swept out like the scythes of a demon. And yet, every blow was parried, every strike repelled by the sound of a mighty sword. That shadow moved with breathtaking speed and strength. Each swing of its blade split the earth, tearing open crimson gashes across the giant's lower body and painting the barren land red. There, in the endless red-brown plain where nothing could grow, two beings alone fought to the death. "Oh, Adar!" The name left my lips in a trembling whisper. There's no way he could have heard me. But the Boaz warrior roared like a beast, unleashing a strike far more ferocious than anything before. "Oh! Ah!" With that battle cry, the already half-severed arm of Baylor was finally torn off, its deafening scream of agony echoing through the great wasteland of Moitra. He's alive. I'd heard he went missing along with Hogni, but he's alive. Except what is he doing? Wait, is he still fighting down here? All this time, just to hold it off for us? My mouth hung open. What I was seeing was another one-on-one fight against a floor boss, different from Professor Leon's battle, but equally impossible. From the back of the flying dragon, I heard someone mutter in disbelief, turning toward the voice. I saw Lefia's beautiful face frozen in shock. He's been fighting ever since they retreated? That's not a day or two, that's been over a week. Even for a level 7, what about water and food? Fighting a floor boss alone is insane, but how does Otter even have the stamina to keep going? That damn boar. Why's he still stuck there? Hurry up and finish it already, idiot. You're the one who wanted a duel, moron. What's taking so long, muscle brain? Don't slack off, you thick-headed, charge-happy boar. And Alan and the others? They were angry for reasons that made absolutely no sense. According to what Lady Freya had told us through the mirror crystal, Alan and his group have already beaten Baylor once before, so they're not really scared of it. Even so, it's still a deep floor boss. Its estimated potential is level 7, maybe even level 8 depending on the variant. That floor boss Baylor, it's the second one. What? Then a bombshell dropped. It was Gross who spoke, his deep, grim tone full of unease. He almost looked disturbed himself. When I passed through this floor before, that Boaz warrior had already defeated the floor boss Baylor. So for him to still be fighting now means this Baylor is a newly spawned one. The pattern of continuous boss spawns that ignored the usual respawn intervals, the worst possible boss rush. And just like the others, Otter must have finished off the first Baylor, only for another irregular one to appear immediately after, forcing him into a second fight right away. My mind went blank. My thoughts, my words, even my expression melted away as I understood. The swirling ash storm in the air, the gray dust blanketing the wasteland. It wasn't just from lesser monsters rising from the earth, it was the remains of the first Baylor. I'm seriously going to faint again. The absurdity hit me like a hammer, dredging up nightmares from the war game, my eyes rolling back as I barely stayed conscious. Alan, Alfrig, and the others clenched their teeth with audible fury, their eyes wide with frustration and rage. Ryu rubbed her temple, clearly exasperated, while Lefia muttered something painfully misplaced. If only I had that kind of power. As relentless as ever, Professor Leon said at last, smiling faintly, the kind of smile you give a rival who never changes. Move, Master Hedden commanded, cold and unflinching as ever. Worrying about that battle-crazed fool is a waste of time. Flying at full speed from the 38th floor, the exhausted Xenos were pushed to their limits once more as the entire flight unit surged together, slicing across the skies of the great wasteland of Moitra. The heat-hazed silhouette of Baylor grew larger and larger in our vision. Otter, who'd looked so small before, was now close enough for us to make out clearly. And then the giant that ruled this wasteland noticed us. Even from a great distance, a shiver ran down my spine as it gathered immense magical power. Its gray body flared with a sinister crimson light, glowing brighter and brighter until it was blinding. Oh! Gee! The next instant, a torrent of red light burst forth. From that blazing single eye, a massive beam of destruction shot out, aimed straight at us. Gross and the other Xenos reacted with inhuman speed, twisting their bodies to avoid it, but the Cyclopean giant swept its neck and eye together, swinging the beam like a scythe to vaporize us in one motion. Hildis Vini! And was stopped by a massive boar cloaked in golden fur. Otter's black greatsword, empowered by his lethal enhancement magic, slammed into Baylor's exposed flank and carved away an enormous section of its flesh. Gah! Letting out a scream like the end of the world, the unbalanced titan staggered back, its head and single eye lolling upward. The red beam shot skyward instead, crashing into the ceiling and triggering a deafening explosion, a deluge of rock and dust that made the great fall seem like nothing. While we were still reeling from that cataclysm, Gross and the others poured everything they had into their wings, accelerating desperately. Gah! Otter! Dodging the deadly rain of falling boulders, the main force pushed forward toward the passage to the next floor. Clinging to Gross's stone neck, I turned to look behind us. The Boaz giant, already covered in wounds, far worse than anyone else, stood tall, unyielding as a mountain. And as the sky split above us, he turned his head once, giving me a single glance. Go. Burning that image into my mind, the sight of him plunging back into the battle that still wasn't over, we broke through to the 50th floor. Bursting out of the passage at full speed, we lost altitude in a shaky, zigzag descent and crash-landed atop a massive slab of rock rising from the center of the floor. Gross! Thrown from our mounts, Lefia, Ryu, and I hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop before turning back. The flying dragons that had carried us so far were gasping for breath, tongues lolling, letting out weak cries of I'm sorry, little one. I can't carry you any further. No, thank you. You saved us. Gross managed to lift himself briefly before dropping to a seated position, utterly drained. I bowed my head in deep gratitude to the Xenos who had brought us this far at such incredible speed. Lefia stepped forward and gently stroked one of the exhausted dragon's cheeks. It closed its eyes, letting out a faint, contented rumble. Where are we? This was our base camp, once at least. Together with Master Hedon and Professor Leon, we stepped onto solid ground for the first time in half a day, surveying our surroundings. Just as Lefia said, the area was littered with collapsed tents and abandoned cargo containers once used to haul supplies. The 50th floor was a safety point, a floor where no monsters were born. The Loki Familia had established their base atop this 10-meter-high stone plateau, launching expeditionary assaults into the deeper, unexplored layers with elite strike teams, something only a massive force of over 50 could manage. Lefia stood glaring at the ruins of what had once been their base camp. The desolate remains of the encampment were proof of defeat, and I could see how tightly her slender hands were clenched, her knuckles turning white. I couldn't find any words to comfort her. So, instead, as a fellow adventurer, I focused on assessing the situation around us. According to what the goddess told me, this should have been the final relay point. A monstrous roar and the clash of battle. Before I could react, Professor Leon and the others were already sprinting toward the sound. I followed close behind, racing from the eastern side of the rock formation to the west. There, beyond the remaining barricades, Captain Shakti, the northwest defense is about to be overrun. Damn it! Wall unit, fall back! Adventurers were locked in fierce combat against a swarm of monsters. Scaling up the cliff face were grotesque, vividly colored creatures, enormous caterpillar-like beasts in shocking numbers. They spat a corrosive fluid that melted barricades and shields alike, forcing the adventurers onto the defensive. At their head stood Shakti, commanding the elite of the Ganesha Familia, but even they were being pushed to the brink. No, they're breaking through. Gah! The defenders on the northeast side were finally overwhelmed, and the monsters began pouring over one corner of the plateau. Wanting to help the Ganesha Familia, I was about to disobey Master Hedon's orders and fire off a firebolt when, shut up! A dwarven cannonball dropped from above, smashing straight into the monsters and blasting them away in a single, thunderous impact. Mia? Halfway through raising my hand, I froze in shock as the dwarven woman roared into action. She didn't just smash part of the cliff and send the monsters tumbling down. She swung that massive metal shovel of hers, striking and launching beasts like they were rag dolls. When the caterpillars retaliated with a volley of acidic fluid, she simply slammed her shovel into the ground, raising a wall of rock to block the barrage. While Mia rampaged as a living decoy, Shakti barked orders, and the mages who had been chanting unleashed a coordinated barrage of magic in return, finally breaking the enemy's advance completely. Took you long enough, kid, and you too, Ryu. Sorry for the delay. Never mind that, Mamma Mia. Your arms are melting. Bah, a little potion'll fix that right up. Maybe so, but still. Unlike the man-eating flowers from before, these caterpillar types attacked from range and scattered corrosive fluids that continued to burn after contact. Even with Mia's incredible speed and toughness, steam was rising from her bare forearms where the acid had splashed her skin. Don't worry, Belle. We'll patch her up right away. Ugh, I'm so tired of working overtime. Heath! And Big Brother! Maya and the others were in big trouble, nya! Get off me, you damn nuisance! It wasn't just Mia, a wave of wide-area healing magic washed over the Ganesha Familia lines. When I turned around, there stood Hythe, eyes dull like a dead fish from exhaustion, along with the other soot-stained healers of Andrimnir, all lined up and chanting their spells together. A streak of gold flashed past Hythe and the others, a blur shooting straight toward us. It was Anya. Tossing aside her golden spear, the cat girl launched herself forward for a hug, only for Alan to catch her head one-handed, veins rising on his temple. This endless death march of an ultra-hard endurance fight was so exhausting, Naya. Since the adventurers are here, that means we just have to find the Loki Familia and we're done, right? Chloe, Lunoir. And they weren't alone. The waitresses from the Hostess of Fertility who had joined the war game were there too. Alongside Mia, who had just come flying in, they must have been defending the northern side of the base camp. Dressed in combat gear, battlecross uniforms replacing their aprons, each of them wore a command card bearing the emblem of a shield at their chest. Had Master Hedon summoned them, or was this Seer's arrangement behind the scenes? Looks like both the north and south have finally settled down. If anyone needs healing, step inside the magic circle, which is probably everyone. While the swaying, half-conscious Hythe and the soot-stained healers of Andrimnir worked to patch people up, adventurers began pouring in from both directions. The ruins of the old Loki Familia base camp had been converted into what was now clearly the core of the rescue operation, a frontline command post. Only the top tier were allowed here in elite assembly if ever there was one. Ilta, how's our spare equipment? All good, sister. The weapons are holding thanks to Goibnu's indestructible arms, Durandal. The shields, though, might be in trouble. Among the Ganesha familia was Captain Shakti, and that Amazonian warrior must have been Ilta. And she wasn't the only well-known face here. Several other first-class adventurers had gathered. Malik, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just glad to see you safe, Leon. Surrounded by adventurers like this, a scholar from the academy feels a bit out of place. That elf, Professor Malik, was one of the academy's top magicians, an adventurer of level 5, and, according to Lord Balder, a close friend of Professor Leon. There were others from various factions as well, all level 4 or higher, each one either the strongest or second strongest of their respective groups. Lady Hathor, I can't do this anymore. This isn't what an idol in training is supposed to be doing. Don't cry, Nernati. Look, over there, Regulus Arni, the Radiant Lion, Orario's number. One dream husband candidate. Your top pick. Perfect chance to impress him. I'll do my best. Was that a random voice feed over the Oculus line? Whatever it was, I didn't have time to think about it. The only thing that came to mind was wow. This lineup, this firepower, it was easily the strongest out of every shaft or relay point we'd seen so far. But that only meant one thing. This was the kind of battleground that required such overwhelming strength just to hold the line. I'm sorry, Hedon. This is our limit. We can't extend the shaft any farther. I never expected more. Meeting my requirements is good enough. The commander here, Shakti, spoke through gritted teeth, frustration bleeding into her tone. Master Hayden neither praised nor reproached her. He simply acknowledged the work that had been done. Under normal circumstances, I'd have wanted you in the main force, but since you're staying, make sure the retreat path stays open, Mia. You don't need to tell me twice. Mia shot back without a hint of fear, defiant as ever. From Hayden's tone, it was clear how much it irked him to have to assign her to the defensive line, but it couldn't be helped. Hilderslef's prediction was right. If this is the front line of the defense force, then we can finally cut loose. The main party, untouched by despair or doubt, was already in full battle readiness. When Ryu spoke, Alfrig and the others hefted their massive weapons, spear, hammer, axe, and sword onto their shoulders. Not a trace of fear showed in any of them. Ryu, Lefia, and I were all resolved as well. For the first time since entering the dungeon, Professor Leon drew his greatsword from its sheath. Alan was meanwhile shoving a sobbing Anya, who was crying, "Big brother meow, I'm going too, nya!" into Chloe and Lunoir's arms. "Heath, as ordered, you're coming too." "Ah, I knew it. I've been working non-stop and now this. You seriously deserve to burn in hell once, you know that?" And with that merciless call, the master dragged the last member of the main party into service. Heath, who had been hiding behind her two assistants, Lona and Ilda, stepped out with the face of a woman who had given up on life entirely, muttering curses under her breath as she shuffled forward. In her hands were 2 command sigils, one for sword, one for shield. "Two badges! She's both defense and main force!" That was the first time I'd ever seen that. "Belle, I'll give you 500 Valis if you assassinate that elf demon wearing a kind face, okay?" "That's not nearly enough, and I couldn't anyway." The dark rings under her eyes twitched as she laughed in a dead tone, not smiling in the least. Then she slumped against me like I was a wall for a while, until her healer subordinates dragged over the exhausted wyverns. With a flick of her staff, she tapped them. "Gra! What did you just do? Forced resurrection heal, that's what. And good job whispering, by the way, Mr. Xenos." Hythe looked down at Gro, who was sprawled on the ground beside the wyverns, blinking in shock as the healing light enveloped them. "Until we reach the 60th floor proper, these guys are going to be our taxi service. Wake them up when it's time." "Gra? What?" Her declaration drew another chorus of horrified cries from both the wyverns and Gross alike. Well, if we're rushing to the 60th floor, flying really is the fastest way, but that forced resurrection heal was beyond reckless. Even as a level 4, I could understand why the master had dragged her along. Heath was the last missing piece in the main party's formation. Still, it proved one thing: she and the master were cut from the same cloth. Overworked, overpowered, and absolutely black company at heart. Alan, would you like a taxi dragon too? Why would I need slower wings than my own? Knew it. Then, Belle, I'll take this stone dragon gargoyle. It looks the strongest. Okay? Before I could protest, Heath, chugging a mana potion like an energy drink, had already decided for me, and Gross was left speechless beside me. Alan started north without another word. Quit dawdling, we're moving, and we followed. The defense force escorted us to the edge, seeing us off like comrades heading to the front. Boom, boom. Tremors continued to rumble up from the depths below. We still didn't know what awaited us, but those unending quakes made sure we couldn't rest easy. They stirred the adventurer's instinct inside each of us, telling us one thing only: the fight isn't over yet. You can still stay behind for your sister, Alan. Like hell I would. I'm gonna grab those so-called heroes and crush every enemy in our way. Alfrig's quiet words reached the front, where Alan strode without hesitation. That idiot only causes trouble if you let him sit still. His back, usually radiating menace, now carried something solid: reliability. Watching Alan march ahead with only the thought of returning for his sister, I couldn't help thinking of my own family, and of her. Save them. Come back alive. That's all that matters. The adventurers mounted their flying dragons once more. Ah! 3 female-type monsters approaching from the west. We'll handle them. The main force should move on. Of course, this isn't our battlefield. The ground split open, revealing the demi-spirits, those warped mockeries of the spirits we'd once fought on the 28th floor. While the massive forms surged toward us, Professor Leon's comrade, the dark elf mage, unleashed overwhelming magic alongside him. That became our signal to move. Alan leapt from the rock ledge, and the dragon's wings beat in unison. Go! Mia's shout echoed like a cannon blast, propelling the entire main force forward like a volley of arrows. We streaked past the writhing, burning female forms, straight toward the enormous pit yawning at the western edge, toward the entrance to the next floor, where our true battlefield awaited. The dragons folded their wings tight, diving down the sheer slope like arrows. Beyond the hole of the connecting tunnels spread a new world, a pure labyrinthine maze, its walls the color of black graphite, and from that vast dungeon poured a torrent of monsters to greet the intruders. No more chains to hold you back. Run wild, beasts. For the first time, Master Hedon gave the order no restrictions. He didn't even finish before the first spear, Alan, had already moved. Out of my way. Go! Before the flying dragons could even follow, he tore through a pack of charging black rhinos, his silver spear flashing faster than sight, shredding them into chunks and leaving only fountains of blood behind. A silver chariot rampaging through crimson spray, annihilating everything in its path too fast to track. Even here in the deep floors, it was like watching him back on the first level. Violas and Vilga swarming from the junctions, huge numbers. Kalis Hilder. The warning wasn't even finished before the threat was erased. Mounted like a king at war, Hedon unleashed a storm of lightning bolts that incinerated every monster in sight, leaving nothing but drifting ash. The human scout from the Loki Familia, who'd been calling out targets, could only fall silent in awe. It's the cat and elf's fault I have nothing to do. Finally getting to cut loose. What does that even mean? Thanks to Alan cutting a path for us, it seems we'll be able to conserve our strength. While Alan led the charge, Alfrig and the others grumbled from atop their flying dragons, and Professor Leon watched the surroundings carefully. Moving alone through the deep floors was unthinkable, but following Alan's tracks really did make things much easier. It's utterly absurd, Ryu muttered in awe, and I could hear the same amazement in her voice that I felt myself. She knew it too that Alan and Master Hedon were destroying each monster's magic stone with surgical precision, ensuring no enhanced species were born. Doing that with such accuracy, and at that speed despite the explosive spectacle, was beyond comprehension. A literal divine technique. Honestly, it still didn't make sense that we'd managed to win the war game against people like them. Hey, gargoyle, be gentler, will you? I can't sleep like this. You, woman? While Master and Alan were tearing through enemies ahead, in the rear of the formation, Hythe was lying in Gro's arms, complaining as if she were being carried like a princess. Gro's stony face looked about ready to bulge with veins if it were made of flesh. How she could even think about sleeping in this situation was beyond understanding, or maybe it just showed how much she'd been overworked to the bone. For me, meanwhile, there was no room for composure. The intelligent flying dragon I was riding, a Xenos, was doing most of the work, but I still wasn't used to handling the reins. Controlling this kind of high-speed flight took everything I had. Belle, at this rate, you'll reach the 52nd floor soon. You remember what I told you, right? Yes, starting from the 52nd floor is the dragon's crucible. Trying to shake off my nerves, I repeated the information Hestia had drilled into me. From the 52nd floor onward began a new region, known as the Dragon's Crucible. It got that name from the long-range bombardments fired by dragons from far below, specifically from the 58th floor, where the enormous Vargang dragons, also called cannon dragons, resided. Those colossal creatures would launch massive fireballs flares that pierced through the floors and ceilings between layers, reaching as high as the 52nd floor to strike at adventurers. The destructive power of those shots was beyond belief. The flares punched holes straight through the dungeon strata, violating one of the cardinal rules of the labyrinth, the separation between floors. It was, quite literally, floor overreach. If something like that happened back in the upper or middle floors, you'd die instantly. To put it into perspective, it would be like me, when I was exploring the 11th floor, suddenly getting hit by an attack from Goliath, the boss of the 17th. Even worse than the nightmare of the Serpent Lambton that had haunted me before. When I'd first heard about it, I couldn't believe my ears. But soon enough, I'd had to accept it. Information about the lower and deep floors, especially beneath the 50th, is heavily restricted by the Guild. Apparently, if you know too much about it, you start to lose hope. It's a world too far, removed from ours. I remembered what Lily and Aisha had told me about 4 months ago, when we formed the faction alliance and attempted the expedition into the lower floors. Rumor has it, the dragons there break through entire floors, ones on par with floor bosses, and there are tons of them. And now, I had finally arrived in that different world they'd spoken of, a place where every rule of the dungeon I'd known no longer applied, a true hell. The range of a flare blast is about 10 meters, and you'll hear a dragon's roar just before it fires. And with multiple cannon dragons down there, expect several blasts in succession. You've got it, right? The hellfire bombardment from 6 floors below didn't just threaten adventurers, it tore apart the dungeon itself. The holes they left behind connected the 52nd through the 58th floors, letting swarms of flying wyverns pour upward from below. A nightmare of dragonkind overrunning the skies. That's how the region earned its name, the Dragon's Crucible. I went over the details with Hestia again, bracing myself against the fear. There was still a little time before we reached the 52nd floor. I needed to steady my mind to survive this hell. With this dream party of the strongest heroes ever assembled, I truly believed we could make it through. And then, just as I thought that it happened, rah-rah, a faint, broken song echoed from somewhere deep beneath the earth. It was high-pitched, distorted, and came in fragments as though carried through countless layers of stone. What? Through the oculus crystal, I could tell my goddess's words had stopped mid-sentence. For an instant, every sound vanished from within the advancing party. Inside the dungeon, anything that falls outside known knowledge is always the precursor to an irregularity. As if faithfully following that rule, crimson runes of artillery began to rise from the ground beneath us. Master Hedon, Professor Leon, Alfrig, Dvalin, Bering, Greer, Ryu, Lefia, Heath. Everyone in the party, every single person was frozen, trapped in the stillness between one moment and the next. Even I, sitting astride the dragon, was caught in the red radiance. I couldn't move. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew what was about to begin. All warnings and expectations would be overturned. Hell itself was opening. We're still on the 51st floor. This isn't the 52nd. That blast radius, it's over 100 meters. So much for the 10-meter range that was supposed to be the limit. It's going to burn everything flames. The crimson runes expanded outward, swelling like a living thing. And in that instant, I could almost see it, an illusion of twisted lips, forming a mocking smile. The sigil wasn't just a symbol, it was a magic circle. Then the ground exploded. Astria record? Before the blast could reduce us to ash, Ryu's fierce voice rang out. The spell once wielded by the Apostles of Justice Elise and the others was invoked not as an attack, but as a barrier. The radiance of countless stars surrounded the party, forming a dome of pure light. But it shattered almost instantly. Ah! The world convulsed. The heat was unbearable, so intense it seemed to twist the very air. The stellar domain splintered into shards of stardust, but it had done its duty. Most of the infernal firepower was dispersed, weakened. That was all it could manage. The direct blast that would have vaporized us instead broke apart into thousands of fragments. Scarlet shards mixed with shattered stone turned into a storm of burning debris. Master Hedon evaded with godlike precision. Professor Leon avoided it too. Alfrig, Devalin, Bering, Grare, Ryu, Lefia, and even Hythe, everyone managed to avoid a direct hit. Only I failed to. My range control couldn't compare to Master's, and my position was the worst possible one. The crimson fragments and flying rocks converged on me with demonic precision, tearing through the dragon's wing membrane and then its body itself. The kind-hearted Xenos who had shielded only me let out a short, choked roar, "Gah!" and exploded apart. A clean hole through the center of its chest, its magic stone destroyed. A fatal wound. The dragon's entire body turned to ash, and the blast hurled my body away with its final momentum. I was thrown into the air. Wah! Boy! Bell! The world, which had seemed to move in slow motion, snapped back to speed, and I was flung violently toward the rear of the formation. I tumbled helplessly across the dungeon floor, rolling end over end until I was finally blasted clear of the circle's range. Gross and Ryu shouted my name. I could tell they were trying to turn back for me. Don't stop! Bell, run! Master forbade them, and Professor Leon shouted a warning to me. A new array of crimson sigils was glowing on the floor, locking its aim on both the main force and on me. I spun away from the others, running blindly in the opposite direction, while Ryu and the rest dashed forward at full speed. An instant later, a double detonation. The twin blasts went off almost without pause. Though I had just barely cleared the radius, the shock wave struck my back again, and I was hurled like a ball deep into the maze. My body slammed against the ground, pain detonating through me. My lungs convulsed, and before I could think, my legs were already moving. I scrambled up and bolted, running purely on instinct's hysterical screams. The relentless barrage began merciless, deafening. Bell! Hestia's voice burst from the oculus crystal, only to be drowned beneath the roar of the inferno. I couldn't protect the Xenos. I let him die. My head and chest felt like they would split open, but the acrid smell of burning flesh rising from my body didn't allow me to drown in guilt. Don't waste the life he saved, my ugly survival instinct howled. Then what should I think? What should I do? What can I do? What is happening? What's going on? I didn't know. I didn't know anything. I'd been separated from the main force. I was getting farther away every second. But I couldn't stop. If I stopped, I'd die. If I stopped, I'd turn to ash. This isn't the 52nd floor, it's the 51st. So why has the bombardment already started? Confusion filled my head to bursting. All sense of calm was gone. There was only why and how. Bad, bad, bad. My boiling panic stole even thought and judgment away. Pathetic terror, utter isolation. This was wrong. This was death approaching. In blind flight, there is no salvation. The first true breakdown I'd ever felt as a first-class adventurer stripped away my mask, revealing the panicked rookie Belle Crenelle beneath. There were no vertical shafts here, no escape routes upward. The reliable adventurers, the god's eyes through the crystals, none of them reached this far. I couldn't know what was happening or what awaited me ahead. Unlike before, there was no forewarning, no prediction. Then that means I'm about to be swallowed by the unknown. Get a hold of yourself, Belle. I'll guide your route, follow my directions. Just as I was about to drown in this deepest world beneath the earth, the desperate voices of Goddess Hestia and Goddess Loki slapped me across the face. Snapped out of my daze, I seized my thoughts. My reason pulled the trigger on my will. Calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm alone, but not alone. The gods are here. They're watching me. Their divine oracle still shines upon their child. Then it's still the worst situation, but not hopeless. The crimson light of those sigils still seared my skin, but I swung my arms with all my strength, dodging each blast by a heartbeat, and shouted, half to steal my mind, "Please guide me." I felt their relief through the crystal. Then the navigation began. Right! Turn right there. Keep going that way, your pickup is ahead. Even shouting at the top of their divine lungs, their voices were almost lost beneath the continuous bombardment. Loki's words broke into static. Within a blast zone 100 meters wide, I pushed my first-class body to its absolute limit just to keep running, just to stay alive. At this rate, the entire floor might collapse. That artillery, it began from the 51st floor. Could the thing down below really be a cannon dragon? Then, cutting through the thunder, "Ah!" A monstrous newborn's cry answered my question. When the designated route had already been bombarded and a massive crater forced us to detour, a cry echoed and I instinctively looked up. What was smashing through the floor wasn't a pure fireball flare, it was a shell wrapped in flame. From the ceiling of the 51st floor, meaning the very earth of the 50th floor above, something was deeply embedded, its jagged black shell traced with glowing red lines. Steam hissed off its surface, evoking the image of molten rock or a meteorite. But its true form was a grotesquely misshapen bulb. The outer shell cracked apart with a sharp sound, and from within emerged a malformed demi-spirit, one of those female-shaped monstrosities that had been rampaging on the 50th floor. Even now I felt a chill as pieces of the puzzle fell into place. I'd been wondering how such massive bodies had reached the upper floors from below. I'd been wrong, they hadn't climbed up. They'd been fired upward, launched from the lower depths, piercing the rock until they were buried inside the 50th floor. The female type that had burst up into the 51st floor fixed its eyeless, featureless face squarely on me and unleashed a swarm of writhing tentacles. Kah! I slashed through them with my divine knife, but this wasn't something I could actually fight. I turned to flee as fast as I could, but from another corridor came a flood of man-eating flowers, cutting off my path. And then another magic circle flared to life beneath my feet. "Belle!" Hestia's voice cried out through the oculus crystal. I forced my way through the swarm of flowers, but I couldn't make it in time. Together with those vile creatures, I was engulfed in the blinding light of destruction. Before despair could even take hold, I crossed my arms to defend myself, and then, silver vine! A whip of green light wrapped around my right wrist, and with tremendous force yanked me out of the blast zone. The man-eating flowers, and even the female-type monster, were obliterated in the explosion that followed. Meanwhile, I tumbled yet again across the dungeon floor, rolling hard. Yes! We did it! I heard the cheers of Loki and Hestia through the oculus crystal as I pressed my palms against the floor. Wait, this wasn't a whip. It was a vine of magic? The vine vanished, and before I could react, someone grabbed my hand and pulled me to my feet. When I looked up, my gaze met deep blue eyes. "Run! Hurry! Lefia!" Without even doubting that I was alive, she took off running. I hurried after her. Behind us, another round of furious bombardment crashed down, shaking the very air. My heart pounded, but I somehow managed to keep up beside her. "Why are you here?" "I came to save you, that's all." "By yourself? Is that a problem?" No, it's not." Her tone said, "Of course not." And even in the chaos, I was stunned. Then she glared at me for it. So that faint pickup the gods mentioned earlier, that had been her. "But why? You left the main force all alone." I couldn't help asking. I wanted to tell her it was dangerous, that surely there were others better suited. There's no way even Master would have ordered something like this. Lefia, who had clearly left on her own, shot back. "I won't lose you." She said it with her eyes fixed straight ahead, strong and unwavering. "I'll never again abandon someone and move on without them." It was a statement born of regret, a vow to become stronger, born from the pain of leaving Ice and the others behind when she returned to the surface. I stared at her proud elven profile, and all the confusion and fear I'd felt moments ago vanished completely. "Thank you for saving me, Lefia." With warmth swelling in my chest, I offered my gratitude. She gave me a quick glance, then turned her eyes forward again. Expression caught somewhere between irritation and embarrassment. "We're giving up on regrouping with the main force. We'll make for the 58th floor on our own." "Yes!" "Wait, what?" The courage and resolve in her voice fired me up, and I answered with all my energy, then realized what she'd said and squawked in disbelief. "What kind of reaction is that?" she snapped again. Sorry." Through the oculus, I thought I heard. The gods muttered dryly, "Complicated, huh?" "Yeah, complicated." Then, in perfect unison, "They really are like siblings, aren't they? Belle, Thousand Elf." Ryu's voice trembled with regret as she saw Belle become separated from the group and Lefia leap off the flying dragon without hesitation. It should have been her who went. She wanted to go. The excuse that she was the one holding the reins meant nothing. Even now, Ryu was gripped by the urge to turn back and chase after Belle, but Hedon would not allow it. He had declared that letting both her and Lefia, wielders of powerful barriers, act together was a tactical mistake. As a seasoned adventurer, Ryu's reason, sense of duty, and responsibility all kept her in place. Frustration burned inside her, but she could not become a selfish child like Lefia. "Hayden, there's something down below," Professor Leon said, cutting through Ryu's inner conflict. Hayden didn't even bother to look before spitting out his response. How tiresome, that noisy spirit again. Behind the main force, still protected by the newly cast star domain, endless bombardments erupted, striking the exact spots they had occupied just seconds earlier. Glancing back at the explosions, Hedon immediately gave new orders. "Scatter. Split into 3 squads. Bunch together. You're nothing but targets." Before Ryu or the Loki Familia could protest, he shut them down with a commander's tone that allowed no argument. "That includes the foolish rabbit and the Thousand Elf. While one of the squads draws the fire, the rest will break straight for the 58th floor." It was a ruthless order that even the gods observing through the oculus could not dispute. The 4 Prum brothers twirled their weapons as casually as if it were another day's routine. "The foolish cat will reach the 58th floor first. When the shelling weakens, that's our opening. Don't waste it. Eradicate the source before we're all burned alive." There was no trust in Hedon's voice, only contempt hidden behind iron resolve, and his words to Ryu carried an unspoken message. If you're going to hesitate, then go slay the cause. That will raise the foolish rabbit's odds of survival. Ryu knew then, as always, that she could never come to like this man. Even so, she raised her sharp eyes and accepted the order. Release the single ray of light, sacred tree's bow. Lefia's incantation echoed ceaselessly around us. Like me with my divine knife and white phantom, she fought with a short wand and dagger, never stopping her chant. Front line, leave it to me, she murmured beside me. There was no way I could ignore that trust. I took the front, and Lefia held the rear. In the deadly depths of the dungeon, where such a two-person formation should never exist, we staked everything on one another's backs to survive. The monsters came endlessly, black rhinos charging down the corridors, deformous spiders crawling across walls and ceilings, spinning webs to trap prey, and even winged wyverns from lower floors bursting up through the gaping vertical holes left by bombardment. Every creature that appeared before us was brilliantly colored, hideous, and strong enough to make even a level 5 adventurer faint. Ha! The blade flashed. The rhino's limbs were severed, its movement halted. A spider that had dropped toward Lefia was cleaved in two by my violet strike. I could fight on the 51st floor. As long as I managed the number of enemies, Belcranel could still fight. With the feints and reading ahead that Ryu had taught me on the 37th floor techniques that bordered on foresight, I could still do this. Everything I had trained for, everything I had learned up to today, I would use it all. But there's no room to deal with the magic stones. Even my killing blows the clean hits that should turn monsters to ash weren't landing reliably. A brand new floor, new enemies I'd never seen before, and obvious lack of experience, all of it slowed me down. Pathetic as it felt, I forced myself to accept it. I admitted my own inadequacy and decided to entrust that part to Lefia. What matters right now is the black rhinos, powerful in strength and defense but sluggish, the deformist spiders, cunning trappers relying on webs but fragile once hit, the man-eating flowers that had appeared since the middle floors, those were all manageable. The real problems were the fast ones that hurled fireballs, the ill wyverns, and oh! The massive caterpillar-type monsters. The Loki Familia called them giant worms, Vilga. They weren't particularly fast or overwhelmingly strong, but what made them terrifying was their corrosive fluid. Their breath attack was troublesome enough, but even worse was what happened when you damaged them. The fluids spraying from their wounds would melt anything they touched: armor, weapons, or flesh. If a frontliner charged in carelessly, they'd be reduced to a half-rotten heap in seconds. White Phantom was out of the question. I couldn't risk losing a precious weapon, but the divine knife, the one that had grown stronger alongside me, that would hold. I knew the god-forged blade wouldn't melt. Still, its edge would dull. "I've said it 100 times, kid. Watch out for those damn worms." Loki's voice came through the oculus, warning me again. That corrosive fluid had tormented the Loki Familia more than once. Losing or weakening my main weapon before reaching the 60th floor would be fatal. I couldn't afford to hold back, but I had to change tactics. "Firebolt!" 3 Vilga rushed me. Hesitating to close in, I fired a burst of quick magic instead. 4 volleys of flame and lightning tore through the air, but it wasn't enough. One down, but not cleanly. The lead worm took the brunt of the attack and collapsed, its charred flesh hissing, but the remaining 2 only lost part of their heads and abdomens. Once again, I was reminded of Firebolt's flaw, its weak single-shot power. With a wet, sickening squelch, molten tissue dripped from the creature's burned body, dissolving the stone floor beneath it. Then the second worm's maw gaped wide, and I moved, holding my breath. Pierce true, unfailing arrow. Without hesitation, I shifted sideways and cleared her line of fire. As the corrosive fluid sprayed, the elf beside me raised her short staff and unfurled a shining magic circle. "Ark's Ray!" The calm invocation erupted into a blinding beam of light. The blast consumed the acid, the worms, everything. Not just the Vilga, but every monster along the path vanished, and the far wall shattered under the impact. Even the countless leftover magic stones I hadn't been able to destroy properly were obliterated. That made 4 times now. My firebolt couldn't even come close to that kind of power. No wonder Lady Loki called her a mana idiot. "By the name of Wishe, I beseech thee." While my face was frozen in disbelief, Lefia just kept running, already weaving into her next incantation. Seriously, how much can this woman chant in a day? The instant one battle ended, she started another verse. Maybe it was habit burned into her bones, but she never stopped singing, always ready for the next fight, her beautiful voice echoing through the dungeon. Ryu's casting was faster, sure, but the volume, the sheer number of incantations Lefia handled was on another level. More than Ryu, more than Haruhime, by far. Incoming fire! I caught up to her just in time to hear the warning. Red sigils blazed across the floor, and we both broke into a sprint without hesitation. We cleared the 100-meter blast zone by a hair before the heat and wind slammed into our backs like a furnace. Ugh! Blown toward a T-junction, I stumbled and froze. To the left, waiting for us, hovered a swarm of ill wyverns. Their jaws glowed red as a rain of fireballs poured toward us. Shield of holiness, cup that repels the wicked. For an instant, I thought that was it, that we were done. But what reached my ears wasn't an ending note. It was the sacred cadence of a prayer. Dio Grail, a barrier spell of incredible strength. Lefia stepped ahead of me, thrust her short sword forward, and the infernal red glare vanished overwhelmed by pure white radiance. Cannon release! Every single shot was deflected. Not even a crack formed in the honeycomb shield, and before a breath could pass, she whispered another line. The magic ring on her right wrist unfolded, summoning a new circle in a blink, locking onto the stunned wyverns above. Fusillade Phalarica! An overwhelming storm of flaming arrows. The wyverns darted into evasive maneuvers, but it was pointless. Hundreds of blazing bolts filled the corridor, tearing through tails, wings, and skulls alike. In a single radiant blast, the entire swarm shattered, leaving nothing but raining loot stones and drifting ash that filled the tunnel in a glowing haze. My jaw twitched again as I struggled to keep up with Lefia, who was already running ahead, singing her next verse, as if nothing had happened. Loki, that elf of yours is insane. Counting the one she used to save Belle, that's 4 spells already. The oculus flared to life before I could even speak, and a voice exploded through it in sheer exasperation. Why don't you know anything, you clueless brat? Our Lefia's title is Thousand Elf. When it comes to elven magic, she can summon any spell with summon magic. She's one hell of an amazing kid, my pride and joy. What? You mean she can actually use 1,000 different spells? That's broken totally cheating. Says the one who's got the record holder in their familia. Shut it, you hypocrite. By the way, Lefia is a graduate of the academy. I'm quite proud of her, Fufu. Don't you butt in just to brag, you pompous headmaster. The voices of Hestia, Loki, and Balder filled the crystal comms in a noisy argument. I didn't even have the energy to butt in, but even I know about Thousand Elf, goddess. Normally, an adventurer can only use up to 3 spells. But Lefia violates that rule. As long as she pays the proper price in casting time and mind, she can summon any elven spell in existence. That's why she was given the epithet Thousand Elf. She's considered the successor to the great elven mage Rivalry, famed as one of Orario's strongest magicians. But what really caught my attention wasn't that fact. Lefia, didn't you just cast 2 spells in a row? Still running forward, I couldn't help blurting it out in disbelief. She just used a barrier spell, then immediately fired off a wide area attack spell right after, without a single pause for incantation. Using 2 spells back to back like that should be impossible. To keep it simple, it's because of my skill. If I recite the incantation beforehand and store it in a standby state, I can release it whenever I choose. Raising her right wrist, she showed me the magic ring, a small circle of light spinning around her hand with the calmest tone imaginable. So, it's not simultaneous casting, but delayed activation. She prepares 1 spell in advance, then chants another. That way she can hold 2 spells at once and unleash either or both depending on the situation. To anyone watching, it looks exactly like dual casting. That's why she keeps singing the entire time. It's not just habit, it's tactical. She's always maintaining her standby spells through constant chant. Still, that's cheating. You, of all people, the one who fires off unchanted magic, don't get to say that. Her normally calm face twisted into pure indignation, like she was speaking for every mage in the world. The glare she gave me could have cut glass. Sorry, I apologized on reflex, like student to teacher, like God, like child. But I understood now the secret behind Lefia's overwhelming power. Despite only being level 4, her performance eclipsed mine. Her strength truly befitted a top-class member of the Loki Familia, Orario's elite. In normal exploration, the front line carries the party. But in the deep floors, or in times of chaos, it's the rear guard, the magicians, who determine survival. Having someone like Lefia behind you multiplies both combat and survival rates, even in the deep floors. Even on an unfamiliar floor like this, the only reason I was still alive was because of her. "Leave the man-eaters to me. You handle the rest." Drawing her short blade in a reverse grip, Lefia dashed ahead. True to her word, while I faced the black rhinos, she carved through the tentacled man-eaters, with elegance killing them before I could blink. When I turned to finish the last one with Firebolt, she was already engaging the next. A mage who saves her magic for when it counts. A warrior with the grace and reflexes of a seasoned swordsman. She wasn't the same Lefia I once knew. She moved not like a fragile backline caster, but like my master. Hedin, or Hogni, a true magic swordswoman, a high balancer, able to attack and defend in the same breath. She's gotten so much stronger. I didn't know what she'd gone through, but I could tell she'd carried regret, made a vow, and pushed herself beyond her limits. Lefia Viridis had become an adventurer to be proud of. When she noticed that my eyes were still glued to her even after the battle had ended, she glanced back at me. "You're the same, aren't you?" Her look said it all without words. She already knew exactly what I was thinking. "Belle, that way's a dead end. Go left." Swallowing the complicated emotions that I couldn't put into words, I avoided any further direct combat. Right now, the thing we had to be most careful about wasn't fighting monsters. It was avoiding getting caught in the next round of bombardments from below. No matter how capable Lefia was, or how fast I could move, we couldn't afford to get overconfident. Following the god's navigation through the crystal link, we kept running, dodging dead ends, alternating between fleeing and forcing our way through. Gra! The floor itself shuddered and blew apart under the bombardments. My body lurched violently, but I grit my teeth and kept moving. When I glanced behind us, there were no real pathways left, just crumbling ledges, barely enough to stand on, like makeshift hanging bridges. The dungeon's auto-repair couldn't keep up. The barrage had turned everything into chaos. This wasn't the dragon's crucible anymore. It was a ravine. We'd just escaped the dragon's valley, and yet here we were again, trapped in another impossible gorge, forged by the dungeon itself. Ha! Ha! Huh? Lefia? Lost in the chaos of my thoughts, panting hard, I noticed Lefia slowing down. She was breathing heavier than me, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Then she came to a complete stop in front of an enormous pit. Steam rose from the depths, thick as volcanic breath. I couldn't see the bottom at all. She stared down into it for a moment, then spoke. "We're jumping." "Huh? What?" "Straight down to the 58th floor." Her voice struck me harder than any explosion, utterly calm, without a trace of fear. "The bombardments are clearly slowing down compared to earlier. That must mean Vana Freya's chariot has already reached the 58th floor. They're fighting the source of this." Her reasoning was sharp, logical. The crystal feed from the gods confirmed it in silence. While I was still frozen, Lefia calmly cast a spell, Veil Breath, enveloping us in green light. A protective spell, likely to guard against monster attacks or cushion the impact of the fall, a last resort lifeline. Then, as if to clear the way, she fired a massive beam straight into one of the bulbs lodged in the ceiling, obliterating it. Without breaking rhythm, she began a new chant and conjured another magic circle around her wrist, then pulled out a potion. I've been running in circles to stop the dungeon from spawning more monsters. Now the conditions are ready for us to drop. I gasped as it clicked. The dungeon prioritizes repair over monster generation when it's heavily damaged. That's one of its fundamental rules. The 51st floor still, shattered and barely holding together, wasn't producing any new monsters nearby. Encounters had stopped entirely for a while now. The last ones we fought weren't native species like the black rhinos. They were stray man-eaters, drifting in from elsewhere. Even the flying dragons from below the ill wyverns seemed to be appearing less frequently. The fact that we could even pause to talk here was proof enough. She hadn't been running randomly at all. She'd been deliberately stalling, waiting for the dungeon's recovery to slow. To jump from here, can we really do that? It sounded like suicide. Not like when we fell through the Great Fall. This was far worse. Even compared to today's cliff descent, this was something else entirely. The depths of the dungeon were far too vast a seven-floor drop straight down. The scale of it was literally beyond comprehension. And waiting below was a storm of searing fireballs and the fangs of flying dragons. It wasn't hard to imagine being torn apart before even hitting the ground. I've jumped more times than I can count with Tiona and the others. We'll be fine. Unbothered by my horror, Lefia downed a bottle of magic potion in one practiced motion, and said it like it was the most natural thing in the world, as if she were simply recreating a familiar view she'd seen before. But I'd never seen that view. Not once. We can't afford to waste any more time. We have to reach Ias and the others quickly. Her sapphire eyes clear, unwavering, never left the yawning abyss ahead. I couldn't speak. It wasn't a matter of whether I could or couldn't. For Ias and the others, I had to. I knew that much. I'd already made my resolve. But still, if I slow you down, if I make a mistake. That was what scared me most. The memory of my own breakdown earlier in this floor, my pathetic loss of control, flashed before me. My head could still think clearly enough to know why she moved better than I did, because she'd been here before, over and over again, with Finn and the others more times than even the Freya Familia. She'd probably call it just a difference in experience. But every adventurer knows just how heavy that difference truly is. With no such experience, tossed about by the dungeon again and again, what was I supposed to rely on? What could I possibly believe in to take that leap? My doubt slipped out before I could stop it, but Lefia didn't scold me. She just turned, looked at me still rooted in place, and said, "I did it, so you can too." Her sapphire eyes were utterly free of doubt as she declared it. Before I could even find words, I realized she trusted me, Belle Crannel, more than I did myself. Right? She curved her lips into a small, knowing smile. Not as a friend, not even as a comrade, but like a rival, someone who had always watched me with a mix of challenge and pride. My hands clenched into fists. The pathetic weakness inside me was gone, replaced by something new. I stepped up beside her, matching her stance, and answered firmly, "For the first time, I don't want to lose to you, Lefia. You're late. I've felt that way from the start." Her comeback was quick, sharp, and it made me smile. Our expressions mirrored each other perfectly. We didn't need any more words. Weapons in hand, we looked down into the infernal crater that served as the dragon's nest. "I'm ready." Together we leaned forward. The monstrous roars of the abyss rose to greet the two reckless souls daring to challenge it. "In the name of Wishe, I beseech thee," wrapped in the elf's radiant chant, we dove into an adventure that belonged to no one else but the two of us. The roar of the rushing wind tore past my ears. Savage heat struck against my cheek and brow. This sensation, different from floating, was pure, unrelenting falling. It was as close to despair as one could feel. No matter how much I tried to act brave, sharp breaths of fear still slipped past my lips, but that was all. My eyes were open, my body moved, my heart pounded like fire, pumping blood without hesitation. Then, I could do this. With her presence beside me, I left fear behind and fixed my burning gaze on where we needed to go and on what we had to face. The next instant, beyond the swirling embers and rising steam, dozens of draconic eyes gleamed. "Lefia, incoming!" From the side tunnels connected to the massive ant nest-like shaft, flocks of ill worms burst forth all at once. Their sharp wing beats mocked us, two mortals without wings, as fangs and talons promised only slaughter. "Elf ring!" The elf's voice wove a golden circle in the air, the summoning magic that embodied the thousand elf's name. The magic circle flared from amber to deep blue, dyed by the element she called forth. Her chant echoed the hymn of an unseen elven sister. "O frozen sky, azure rain of the heavens, O white frost that adorns the forest, strike down the vile barbarians. Thou who inheritest the will of the sacred peaks, thou who continuest the austere domain. The song outpaced the dragon's charge itself. The sheer rise of her magic made the monsters falter, eyes wide with fear, but too late. Bind them, chains of winter! Blue and white radiance erupted, swallowing the storm of charging wings. Turning her body toward the depths below, Lefia spread her arms, and behind her bloomed a massive, glowing sphere of light. Hail, dust! Countless bullets of ice, frozen hail shimmering blue and white, burst forth from the sphere, tracing arcs, angles, and spirals as they rained down in every direction. Forward, back, left, right, above, below a full 360-degree barrage that caught every ill worm in its range and froze them solid. Ah! Pierced and frozen, their bodies shattered into a storm of ice fragments. Wings riddled with holes, torsos impaled through the core, they fell into ash before reaching the ground. The ceaseless blizzard of magic swallowed the infernal crater, turning its blazing air into a kingdom of frost and diamond dust, even freezing the dragon's screams in mid-cry. And she wasn't done. I'll make us a path. Right. Hail struck hail, merging to form long, slender bridges of ice along the crater walls, arches and hooks of frozen blue light. Boots bit into the slick surface as we sprinted across the sky itself. Ha! Gah! With a single stroke, I cleaved a stunned wyvern in two, then leapt to another icy foothold mid-fall, severing the next. Dragon's neck as we plunged deeper into the abyss. Kicking off, leaping, sprinting, each step traced the jagged path of raging lightning as I struck down dragons in passing. When they flew too far to reach, I hurled firebolts, spears of searing flame. A black knife gripped in my right hand, scarlet fire dancing in my left blade, and spell worked as one, filling the gaps between Lefia's hailstorm barrage. Your hand! I know! Our coordination and rhythm never faltered. She came sliding down a slender frozen slope, and I stretched out my arm, her hand caught mine. In mid-air we swung together, performing acrobatics worthy of a circus troupe, dodging the fireballs erupting one after another from the lateral tunnels of each floor. We twisted our bodies, returning fire through rings of ice. Her golden hair sliced through the wind as she slashed a wyvern's body with her short sword. It went beyond mere teamwork, more than instinct. Right, left, diagonal, we weaved through the air like twin dancers, two wingless fairies spiraling downward through a storm of frost and flame. Valgang dragon! Breaking through the tempest of flying beasts, we finally saw the end of our fall, a colossal crimson dragon, its scales like living fire. A monstrous jaw waited below, ready to burn us to ash with searing breath. Even at a glance, it was far larger than I'd heard a variant, or perhaps a reinforced species. Its roaring blast of flame tore the dungeon apart, leaving not even dust. Cannon release! But it didn't matter. I refused to be outdone. With a sharp cry, she triggered the spell she'd already loaded, awakening the magic circle hovering before her, her lips racing through a short incantation. Smite them, holy thunder of the purging staff! A flash of light gathered in her hand, the chime of a bell ringing faintly beside me. I activated my Argonaut skill, 5 seconds of charging. It was enough. The dragon's maw ignited. The fireball it loosed was vast, engulfing everything. Side by side, barely a breath apart, we thrust our hands forward, her short staff, my left hand blazing with divine light. Firebolt! Dio Thyrsos! White flame and white lightning intertwined, two streaks of purity, colliding with the dragon's inferno, not stopping piercing through it. Grah! Flame and thunder engulfed the Valgang dragon, tearing it apart in an explosion of light. Almost simultaneously, we burst through the bottom of the crater. Coo! I fired rapid volleys of firebolt, slowing our descent with the recoil. Pulling Lefia close, we braced just before the crash. The impact came a heartbeat later. Even with the attempt to roll, pain shot up my spine. No one could call it a landing. It was a crash, plain and ugly. Luckily, the ground was covered in thick layers of ash, the remains of monsters we'd slain soft enough to break our fall. Through the rising smoke, I let out a shaky breath of relief. Why are you the one shielding me? Well, because you're a girl? How idiotic. Pinned beneath her, with her sitting squarely atop my stomach, Lefia glared down, eyes half-lidded in exasperation. I blurted the same old excuse I once gave Lily, and got the same result. Scolded. Before I could even grin at how alive I still was, she stood and offered me her hand, muttering a flustered, almost gentle, "Thank you." I grasped it and rose. We'd made it to the 58th floor. But there was no time to celebrate. The air still thundered with roars, clashing blades, and bursting magic. Weapons in hand, Lefia and I charged through the gray haze, and what awaited us beyond it made us both gasp. Before us loomed a creature larger than any we had ever seen, a monster so immense it redefined the word giant. 9 dragon heads sprouted from its body, like those of a hydra. The faces of those dragons were unmistakably the same as the Valgang dragons that Lefia and I had just defeated. I don't even know if it's right to call that enormous hydra-like mass its lower body, but rising from the center of that writhing mess of dragon necks like a half-woman, half-octopus Scylla was a twisted female form about 5 meters tall. There's no mistake about it. A demi-spirit. On the 28th floor, it had a plant-like body, but now it must have absorbed multiple Valgang dragons to create this monstrosity. Ah! 3 dragon heads let out simultaneous blood-curdling roars, their mouths opening as ominous rune circles formed patterns far too familiar for comfort. Lefia and I started sprinting at full speed, just as massive crimson-black fireball shells burning with unbelievable magical power were launched like meteors. A shockwave powerful enough to shake the entire dungeon engulfed the 58th floor. Even judging from our experience on the 51st floor, the blast radius must have been at least 300 meters. It was an attack so massive that only adventurers above level 4 could hope to survive. Everything nearby, man-eating flowers, giant insects called vilgas, even other Valgang dragons, was blown away, while Lefia and I tumbled headlong across the ground. That's the cause of the irregularity. I was certain of it now. It wasn't the Valgang dragons that had been launching those attacks. It was that Hydra-type demi-spirit. It was the one responsible for transforming the dragon's crucible into the dragon's ravine. The ashen plain stretching across the entire floor, which had broken our fall, was the result of countless monsters being annihilated in those bombardments. The artillery fire, powered by the demi-spirit's own enormous magic, obliterated everything, friend and foe alike, whenever it was unleashed. The demi-spirit, created from the fusion of 9 Valgang dragons, was so huge it surpassed even Goliath, Amphisbaena, Eudaeus, perhaps even Balor himself. After so many back-to-back boss battles, my sense of scale was already numb, but this creature somehow managed to redefine what colossal meant. Common sense had long since been shattered. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing. And yet, that monstrous being was actually being pushed back, its massive body taking heavy damage. "Shut it, you overgrown bastard! You can't even hit one damn target, you slow-witted lizard!" Gah! It was Alan, and Alfred and the others. They were attacking it fearlessly, striking at that. Colossal monstrosity. Like a coordinated storm, they dashed around the Hydra's gigantic body, hacking away without pause. Their silver weapons tore through its scales, peeling and ripping flesh as geysers of blood erupted from every wound. Alfred's spear and Greer's greatsword crushed its eyes, while Dvalin's hammer and Bering's axe shattered the scales beneath another dragon's jaw. Each head screamed in agony, writhing with what seemed like independent wills. The true body controlling the Hydra, the demi-spirit, shifted into a spell-casting stance, chanting at impossible speed, an act that should have been utterly unfair. "Come forth! Come forth! Come forth from the crust of the earth! Black iron's shining treasure, hammer of the stars! By the covenant of creation, invert the world, burn the skies, shatter the land, Bridge heaven and earth as one. Descend, O acts of heaven. Calamity of destruction. Idiot. Kylus Hilder. Yeah! From the rear guard, Master unleashed a merciless precision barrage lightning bullets tearing through the demi-spirit's face and incinerating it mid-chant. Its spell was crushed. The demi-spirit's body convulsed as its magic backfired in a violent ignis fatuus, flames erupting from its eyes and mouth as it writhed in sheer infernal agony. What the hell is that? Couldn't finish it off from the upper floors, huh? The moment it let him get in close, that monster's fate was sealed, said Loki. Lady Loki. Well done making it through the mess with just the two of you, Lefia, and you too, kid. As I stood frozen before a scene that could have been titled Kaiju War, Humanity are the real demons, Loki's voice echoed through the crystal. The tone almost sounded relieved, as if this floor had already become a safe zone. As a stationary artillery, it was one hell of a weapon, enough to overwhelm an entire army. But that firepower became its undoing the moment someone got close. It turned out to be fragile as glass. Next came Freya's calm, silvery voice, noting that its matchup against Alan's team had simply been too unfavorable. Through the visual feed from Master's ocular crystal, the gods watching from above explained what had happened, filling in the blanks. Alan, the fastest man alive, had slipped through the barrage that ignored floor boundaries, descending all the way to the 58th floor. The hordes of deep-level monsters, like the black rhinos, had been obliterated by the same bombardment, clearing his path. Despite the demi-spirit's overwhelming firepower, Alan had closed the distance unharmed, disrupting its aim. Then, while its barrage weakened, Master and the others followed, pressing the attack. At that range, even its massive cannons couldn't be used safely. One wrong shot would destroy itself. So they kept pushing in close, chipping away at its defenses like a fortress stripped of its greatest weapon. As for its magic, Master's precise sniping completely shut that down. To the monster, those people must have seemed like the real irregulars. There was no longer any doubt Alan and the others were the reason the bombardments threatening the 51st floor had ceased. The Freya Familia really are something else. Lefia sighed, momentarily forgetting the chaos around her. Even if the matchup worked in their favor, the sight of Alan, Alfrig, and Master attacking freely without coordination, each following their own rhythm, left the Loki Familia mage with a conflicted expression. I'd heard that in boss battles, managing lesser monsters was a constant headache, but with that Hydra-type demi-spirit's firepower, it had vaporized everything around anyway. Master had apparently been wiping out anything that approached as a side job, while focusing on suppressing its magic. To think that just 6 people could seize the advantage in the deep floors against this level of irregularity. But under normal circumstances, said Baldur's serene voice, they wouldn't have gained the upper hand so easily. Orario's sorcery truly is terrifying, Belle. Eh? At first, I didn't understand what he meant until I noticed the shimmering gold particles surrounding Alan and the others. My eyes widened. Uchi de no Kazuchi! Dance! That familiar, graceful voice echoed across the battlefield, confirming my suspicion. While Master's lightning barrage kept the demi-spirit pinned, Alan and the others, though visibly displeased, received the blessing of the strongest enchantment. It was Haruhaime's level boost. Ah! The Hades head's mana charge just ran out. I'm gonna die. Please calm down, Lady Asfi. Looking up, I saw the shimmer of transparency fade away as the invisibility spell dissipated, revealing Asfi floating with her winged Teleria, holding Haruhime in a princess carry. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen either of them during the main force's advance. Had they been following us this whole time, flying unseen with a combo of magic tools to stay out of sight? It made sense. In these deep floors, even a single hit could be fatal for Haruhime, the most fragile member of the expedition. Their strategy had been to protect her above all else. Still, after everything that happened, I'd practically forgotten she existed. Guess that damn Hilder told Asfi to make sure you bring her along, huh? Hermes chuckled over the crystal, amused despite the chaos. Following that, the newly boosted Alan and Alfrig unleashed their full power, displaying pseudo-level 7, and level 6 strength. Even I had forgotten, overwhelmed by the spectacle, that the Hydra-type demi-spirit's endurance was extraordinary. Its enormous frame made that obvious. Steam hissed from its wounds, showing that, like the Black Goliath, it possessed an infuriating regeneration ability. Of its 9 heads, 5 had already gone dark, showing no signs of recovery. Their damage was stacking faster than it could regenerate, all thanks to Haruhime's level-boosting spell. In terms of sheer destructive presence, that Hydra-type demi-spirit easily rivaled or even surpassed Baylor. A single mistake could flip the entire battle in an instant. Their advantage existed only because Alan, Haruhime, and the others were all there together. This was no time to relax. As proof, Master alone had not received the level-boosting spell. Haruhime, still hovering in the air, had kept one of her tails of light in reserve just in case. Belle, I'm so glad you're alive. As for Lord Hythe and the others, well, they won't die anyway. Hythe, and Gross, late. At that moment, Hythe appeared from the vertical shaft, wings spread wide as Gro carried her down. Catching sight of the gathered reinforcements at the edge of his vision, Master kept his eyes locked on the demi-spirit and shouted, "Rabbit, go on ahead!" Because of this walking disaster of a demi-spirit, far too much time had already been lost. I realized, startled, what was hidden in that harsh command. "We'll finish this here, as the vanguard." Just as he said that, the team of Alfrig and the others severed another dragon head. One of the remaining heads, determined to self-destruct, launched its bombardment at point-blank range, but Dvalin rushed in beneath its chin, shattered the jaw with his hammer, and smashed it upward in a brutal uppercut. The dragon's maw tilted skyward, and a delayed fireball shot out. Its destructive power was unbelievable, tearing through not only the ceiling but one layer after another. The blast was so fierce that we had to shield our faces with our arms. And then the dungeon cried. A chill shot through me. Every hair on my body stood on end. My spine trembled as if it belonged to someone else. The damage to the dungeon was so severe that its regenerative process couldn't keep up. Even within this vast domain called the Dragon's Crucible, large enough to contain entire cities, more than 20% of it had been obliterated. It wasn't our doing, but that didn't matter to the dungeon. A wail of agony burst through the underworld, so powerful that even Alan and the others halted their movements, and then, crack. A fatal sound, the unmistakable prelude to despair. Both Haruhime and I went pale. Beyond the oculi, I heard the gods gasp. It all happened in an instant in which it was born. From the fissures in the ceiling oozed a viscous fluid, something darker and fouler than amniotic liquid. And from it, something fell born into the world. No, that's bad, that thing. That catastrophe wasn't supposed to exist. Ah! The calamity, shaped like a god of death, landed with a thunderous crash and vanished. In the next instant, it appeared before the nearest adventurer whom Gross had just set down, Hythe. It closed the distance instantly. Even I, who knew its nature, couldn't comprehend that impossible speed. A healer could never hope to react in time. A merciless strike, Renclaw, the destroyer, juggernaut. Before I could even scream, the jet-black disaster slashed Hythe apart. Not happening. The nightmare was shattered by a single flash of the elf's blade. It was the reverse of a dying hallucination. Her movement rewrote the future, erasing the vision of death before it could happen. Ryu! The juggernaut was blasted away, crashing to the ground. And as it landed, Ryu, who had arrived at the 58th floor that very moment, spun through the air and touched down lightly upon the ashen ground. The emissary of justice, just like on the 37th floor, was surrounded by countless luminous spheres of wind, luminous wind, and glared at the juggernaut. She had reached Hythe in time, thanks to an explosive boost of speed using those same spheres. And what had blocked the juggernaut's rend claw was a weapon I'd never seen before. From beneath her torn white cloak gleamed a silver longsword. When the pessimist Mirabilis begged me for this, I wondered what she was planning. But that leftover indestructible Durandal turned out to be worth it. Hearing Hephaestus's voice from the oculi crystal, my eyes widened. I instantly understood what had happened. Cassandra. Once again, she'd saved us. With Master and the others tied up fighting the demi-spirit, the entire expedition could have been wiped out, and yet her foresight had protected us once more. The juggernaut, its ultimate claws now cracked by the indestructible Durandal driven with the force of Ryu's luminous wind, let out a roar of fury. That pressure, its earlier speed, this juggernaut was far stronger than the one I'd faced in the middle floors. Strong enough to instantly annihilate even a level 6, maybe even a level 7 if the conditions were right. Grant the level boost to Gale, now! Yes! Recognizing the threat in an instant, Master commanded the final level boost. Asfi and Haruhime responded immediately. Golden light enveloped Ryu, blessing her with divine power. Go, Belle! I froze for a heartbeat, unsure of the right move, but Ryu, still facing the monster that mirrored her past trauma, smiled gently as if to reassure me. Please let me be the one to end this foe. Right! I shouldn't try to stop those words, filled with resolve. So instead, I threw something to her. The black scarf wrapped around my neck. If that silver weapon was the sword, then this, the Goliath scarf, woven from the hide of the giant, would be her shield. Thank you. The rolled-up black scarf unfurled midair, wrapping neatly around Ryu's hand. At that same moment, the spheres of wind, luminous wind, spread out around her and the juggernaut, forming a dome-shaped barrier. It was a countermeasure to block both high-speed movement and magic reflection, a stellar cage that would prevent either from escaping their one-on-one duel. Then, both vanished. The juggernaut disappeared in a blur, and the pseudo-level 7 Ryu followed. A deafening crash echoed, followed by a flurry of angled slashes too fast for the eye to follow. Whoa, was I dead just now? Scary. Pale-faced, Heath muttered as she hurried over to regroup with us, still shaken from the near-death encounter. Then, my apologies, I took a detour. Professor Leon, riding a wyvern, arrived on the 58th floor just a moment behind Ryu. Leon, take the fools with you. Don't forget your duty as the vanguard. Understood. I'll be waiting ahead. The situation had changed completely with the appearance of the juggernaut. To reduce the risk of total annihilation and avoid wasting any more time, Master ordered the main force to split up. I realized from his harsh tone that there was more behind that command, his resolve. Ryu, Master. Everyone, please don't lose. Move it already. He barked at me while unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts. I turned and sprinted away. Running beside me were Professor Leon, Lefia, and Hythe. And I stay here. Gross! That fox, she's the heart. Someone must guard her. Asfi, unable to use her invisibility and her arms full, carrying Haruhime, couldn't protect her alone. Gliding alongside us, Gross gained altitude as if to say farewell. I'll entrust my comrades to you. Don't die, boy. You too, Gross! Leaving the wyverns that flapped desperately to keep up, Gross veered back toward Asfi and Haruhime. Our party was now dangerously small, but we didn't stop. We dashed through the ravaged battlefield, crossed the passageway, and descended the echoing stairs, until at last we reached our next destination, the 59th floor. What spread before us was a dense jungle unlike anything in the lower floors. Towering trees, a field of blue grass dotted with poisonous, vividly colored flowers. Far in the distance, green walls rose high on all sides, with countless buds of various sizes hanging down like ominous fruit. The most striking difference, however, was the air itself thick with red-black spores that filled the entire floor. It's changed. Lefia, who must have passed through here on a previous expedition, muttered grimly. The spores, too large to be called mushroom dust, glimmered faintly, tinting the entire layer in a dark crimson hue. They were dense with magical energy, almost certainly toxic, yet Leon's calm analysis, it shouldn't harm us, gave us enough courage to proceed. At the center of the jungle lay something impossible to ignore, A massive magic circle, perhaps 400 meters in diameter. Thick, green pillars of living flesh lined its perimeter. It resembled the ruins of an ancient temple or a grand ritual altar preparing to awaken something terrible. A launch platform? Or perhaps a gun barrel. Even without any solid proof, I could feel it. Something deep in my gut told me this was true. While Professor Leon remained silent, Loki's voice rang out from the oculi, decisive as ever. "Burn it all!" We obeyed without hesitation. Lefia volunteered to handle the burning herself, making absolutely sure nothing remained of that eerie magic circle. No sign of regeneration appeared. "We're leaving the wyverns here," Professor Leon said, once we'd moved deeper into the floor and recovered our stamina and mana with items. "From here on, their duty will be to transport any surviving members of the Loki Familia we find back to a safe zone, but with what lies ahead on the 60th floor, where we don't even know what's waiting, our current strength isn't enough to protect them." Whether they understood his words or not, the Xenos wyverns lowered their heads uneasily. So far, no monsters had appeared on this floor, and it didn't seem like any would. The fact that we'd burned away the mysterious magic circle so easily proved as much. The gods watching through the oculi explained that the colorful monsters that had appeared throughout the dragon's cauldron and even the demi-spirit we encountered on the 28th floor had likely come from the pantries of the 51st through 57th floors. In a way, this area was our final rest point, the only safe zone left. Leaving. The wyverns here was the only choice we had. For Hedon and the others who'll arrive later, we should keep some transport ready. As for us, we'll fulfill our role as the vanguard. The vanguard's duty to gather as much information as possible about the 60th floor, to turn the unknown into the known. And if possible, to push into the deepest point, find the missing members of the Loki Familia, and defeat the one responsible for their destruction. But for that, our party was far too small, our strength too limited. A level 7 frontline fighter, a level 5 irregular scout lacking experience, a level 4 mage, and a healer. We knew how reckless it was. Still, Lefia and I had made up our minds. We would save Ias and the others, and we would strike down the cause of it all. Professor Leon said nothing as he looked at our determined faces. His lion gold eyes softened faintly, as if pleased by what he saw. "Well, looks like I'm stuck as the healer and pack mule," Hythe said with a forced smile. "I doubt I'll be doing much fighting. And any Loki Familia survivors we find will probably be starving and parched anyway." She shoved food, water, and supplies from the wyvern's saddles into a large backpack, hefting it with a small grunt. Her tone was light, but the playful air she usually carried was gone. "We move as soon as Lefia finishes her spell," Professor Leon ordered. We stood before the gate to the next floor, a massive rift, like a wound carved through living plants. From its depths, an unnatural wind howled up, heavy with a strange magical force. Beyond this, our destination. Everything awaited us on the 60th floor. My name is Alf Liv Illusio. A different barrier spell from the one on the 51st floor enveloped all four of us, granting heightened recovery and resistance against abnormalities, the blessing of the great sacred tree. It would serve as our armor against whatever awaited us. Once the final preparations were complete, Professor Leon led the way forward. "Well, this party turned out to be quite something," Heath said, deliberately joking. "You'll protect me, won't you, Belle? Belle?" She was trying to keep the mood light, but I couldn't answer. "You're sweating buckets, you know. Did you get poisoned or something?" "No. Right, I was sweating." Her comment reminded me to wipe my face. The hem of my spirit master's cloak clung damply to my skin. "Belle, are you all right?" Hestia's voice came through the oculi. "Yeah." It was all I could say, empty words with nothing behind them. Inside, my chest thrashed violently. A crushing wave of anxiety, unease, and dread that I could no longer ignore. All this time, I'd kept my focus only on moving forward, but now, the truth I'd been avoiding pressed on my mind. I knew exactly why I felt this way. This is the 60th floor. Because before entering the dungeon, I had asked where my ideal, my longing had gone. This magic. What spread before us was a labyrinth like a graveyard of dragons. The air felt cold, unnaturally so. I knew it. I'd felt this wind before, that day on the city walls. What we were fighting was a corrupted spirit. Before the expedition began and the treatment. Room bathed in moonlight, Lefia had explained it to me, just after I'd regained consciousness. What had happened to them? What had happened to Ice and the others? A corrupted spirit? I repeated. Once, it was a heavenly messenger sent by the gods, Lefia said quietly. But it was devoured by monsters and has lived on within the dungeon for over 1,000 years. A fallen, defiled great spirit turned monster. As she spoke, her voice trembled. The memory was still raw. Her left hand clutched her upper arm so tightly her knuckles whitened, as though to keep herself from breaking apart. That fragile, slender elf, her whole body looked ready to shatter at any moment yet. In her eyes burned grief and fury. We fell into its trap. Fate itself turned against us. We were separated from the captain, from Lady Riveria, and from the other first-class adventurers. We retreated in defeat, while the captain and the others fell into the depths of the 60th floor. Then she drew a slow, trembling breath, closed her eyes once, steeling herself, and finally spoke the words that made my heart pound painfully in my chest. Ice was taken by the corrupted spirit.